Well, then let's do it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I have a special guest joining me today. This is Go Behind the Lines. I think I've pronounced it correctly, is his YouTube name. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
How you doing? My name is Michael Taylor. I am a former deputy sheriff, and I am a current police officer in the state of Louisiana. I am a post-certified law enforcement officer, and what that means is I get to carry a badge and a gun and can arrest people for not only felonies, but also for misdemeanors.
And just so that everybody is aware, I have done my due diligence on this. I have checked to see if Mr. Taylor has any Brady violations or anything like that, and he seems to be about as squeaky clean as you can get. So I am very happy that I have someone joining me today that knows a little bit about the sheriff side of things and knows a little bit about the police officer side of things. And so today, the order of business for today is we are going to go over this video, attorney reaction, municipal cops versus sheriff, who wins in the jurisdictional power battle. Now, I have to caution everybody that I have not watched this video. There is a link in Ehline's description. Body cam video shows tensions flaring, yada, yada. I have watched that video. It does appear that he goes over it in his video, at least to some extent. So I'm not going to play it separately. Now, I want to be very clear what's going on here today. I'm an attorney. I know the law. I understand the law. Mr. Taylor is a police officer and former deputy sheriff, which means he knows the practical boots on the ground, how agencies deal with each other, how police officers and sheriff's deputies interact with each other, what their general opinions are on the grand scheme of things and the power struggles, as it were. And I'm looking at him more for his guidance on real world application of things. Is that your understanding, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. So he's going to be the beauty. I'm going to be the brains. I hope you don't take any offense to that, Mr. Taylor.
Well, I found the beauty. We're in trouble because I got a face made for radio.
Well, that's all right. It's really your body that we're after. And just so everybody is aware, Mr. Taylor and I are going to be modeling our mankinis, our G-strings at the end of this. So be sure to donate heavily to our G-string account. Now, and I am sharing half the proceeds from the G-string account will be going to Mr. Taylor today. So he will be very well compensated for this video. Before we get into this, there are a few housekeeping issues that I do want to take care of. Number one, regarding federal jurisdiction. Mr. Taylor, have you ever enforced state law in a post office?
I have.
Yeah. So this is 40 USC section 3112, federal jurisdiction. Now, jurisdiction comes in many flavors. Federal jurisdiction, what they're talking about here is the law enforcement, the criminal jurisdiction, who has the ability to enforce criminal laws and which criminal laws get enforced in a particular place. Now, generally speaking, unless a state somehow says otherwise, a state police officer or sheriff does not enforce federal law. Is that your understanding, Mr. Taylor?
That is correct. We do not enforce federal law.
However, a state can and frequently does, in fact, authorize federal law enforcement to enforce state law.
That's correct. State, fair, county, and city and township ordinances. That's what we're allowed to. That's what we enforce.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that I've never seen the state authorize a federal agency to enforce ordinances. It could be that would be within the power of the state to do, or the city to grant that ability. But I just want to go over this particular code section, 40 USC 3112. Just note that exclusive jurisdiction is not required. Exclusive jurisdiction would mean that only the laws of the federal government would be enforced, and generally speaking, only federal law enforcement officers would be able to enforce that law. Think of a military base. The sheriff isn't going to roll into a military base and arrest someone for a violation of either state or federal law. That would be up to the military police in whatever flavor they come in. And in order for the federal government to exercise its exclusive authority, the government would have to state that it was going to do so. It would have to say, yes, we're going to enforce federal law here. So for those of you who are wondering about post offices, generally speaking, unless the state has ceded that land to the federal government, i.e. giving over that post office land entirely to the federal government into perpetuity through an action of the state legislature, it's most likely going to be at least concurrent jurisdiction, i.e. you would be able to enforce state law there. One other thing, do you have anything that you would like to add to that, Mr. Taylor?
No, it was basically when people say it's federal property, it is. But that's like saying every post box is a federal property. If someone crashes into your mailbox drunk, they're not gonna send out the feds to investigate the crime. We're gonna go out there and we're gonna write the report and do whatever needs to be done, and that's gonna be the end of it. Same thing with the post office. If you're there trespassing, they're not going to send out the U.S. Marshals to come get you. Trespassing is a local ordinance that we can enforce anywhere in our jurisdiction.
Is there also, in your understanding, does Louisiana also have a state trespassing law?
They do.
Okay. So the next thing, I don't know that he ever responds to it, but there was a question here in Ehline's chat. He says, instead of frontline auditors saying you can call me good citizen, how about saying call me good Samaritan? It's a legal term that gives a person immunity when trying to help. To that, I am going to say you should probably look at state law. This is California's Good Samaritan law. There's two flavors of it. There is one for a medical law enforcement and emergency personnel. If they are rendering aid to you, if a doctor sees you injured on the side of the road, not in an emergency room, but on the side of the road in having a medical emergency, if he pulls over and assists you, he has immunity from civil damages, i.e. you can't sue him for money. The rationale behind that is the state wants doctors to pull over and assist in medical situations without the doctor having to be scared of a medical malpractice lawsuit. And then the other one that was effectuated in 2009 in the state of California extends that to non-medical law enforcement and emergency personnel. But again, it's just keeps you from being liable for civil damages, i.e. a suit for money, unless there was gross negligence or willful or wanton misconduct. So Ghost Man's idea that it gives you immunity, well, it does give you some immunity from damages. He wants to know if it would, he says he was a lifeguard and CPR instructor, and they used it to shield him from liability. It may, however, Michael Ehline, his sole response is lol, because Michael Ehline is a motherfucking lol cow, and that's all he has to add to any discussion on the law. And the chickens are here. So now that I have some of the background stuff out of the way, we're going to get into the video problem. So if you want to stop at any time, Mr. Taylor, you just let me know.
Sheriff Chris Amison. I'm going to SWAT call. Okay, so this could you do the E5 and the 55? I'll go.
So Lauber, who does happen to be a federal law enforcement officer, brings up a salient point. In federal enclaves, this would be in a federal enclave, like, for example, on a military base. The federal government doesn't have, for example, a statute about speeding or maybe drunk driving or things like that. So what happens is the enclave will essentially adopt the laws of the state that enclave happens to be located within the territorial limits of. And so a federal law enforcement officer in that enclave would enforce state law for things like speeding or other crimes that there is no federal version of. If there is a federal law that covers that specific act, then the federal law enforcement officer in that enclave would be precluded from enforcing that particular law.
And that's true. What they'll usually do is they'll ticket them for whatever the statute is for the state. There's a Army base not far from here, and there are plenty of soldiers down there who have gotten DUIs on base, and they get a 32 code, which is Louisiana's version of drunk driving. It'll fall under Title 32.
All right, so let's get this dog and pony show started.
Where we going? SWAT call out right over here.
The officer says he isn't aware of any barricaded suspect in the city.
Here in Lexington? Yeah. We have an armed person we don't know about.
All right, stop it right here.
Okay, go ahead.
Because there's going to be an interesting point. He actually says he sounds shocked right here. There's a barricade here in Lexington, but when he gets on the radio, you're going to hear him say, "Yeah, they're staging at that location." So, what location? Did he know the location? But then he acts like he doesn't know he knows they were staging at a location, but he doesn't know why they were staging at a location.
So a couple things that I want to note. First of all, this starts in media res. This is a clip of a clip. So the underlying video that is the basis of this one down here, body camera video, alleges that the sheriff who was pulled over for doing 30 miles an hour in excess of the posted speed limit within the city of Lexington in an unmarked vehicle. The vehicle he's in, the Bronco or whatever kind of vehicle that is, does not have any outward indicia of being a law enforcement vehicle. Is it? What do you think about that, Mr. Taylor? Do you think that it's like okay for cops to speed without turning on lights and sirens?
Well,
I'm not asking you for your legal opinion on it. I'm asking you for like as a gut instinct. What, like, is that cool?
It doesn't look like a cop vehicle. It looks like his personal vehicle. To me, just looking on the outside, I don't see any lights or anything like that. It may have been his personal vehicle. He could have been out with his family and dropped the family off at the house and headed to the scene and have time to change and do anything else like that. So no, you're going to get stopped. I mean, 30. You're going 30 over. You're going to get stopped. He acknowledges, "Hey, I'm the sheriff. I'm going to the scene." Oh, okay. Well, there is an emergency. Let's go with you. Find out what's going on. Let me try and connect to people. You know, I would immediately contact my sergeant, assistant chief, and chief and let them know, "Hey, there's something going on in our town because the sheriff just drove up through here 85 miles per hour."
I don't know.
If he had lights, he should have had them on and heading to the scene.
I don't know. To me, I don't really cotton to cops speeding without their lights on. I mean, if it's dangerous for Joe public, then why isn't that also dangerous to have a cop doing it? 30 miles an hour in California. I don't know about in Louisiana. 30 miles an hour in California, that would be reckless driving. You could actually get like jail time out of that because of the inherent danger of it. You have someone pulling out expecting traffic to be 50 miles an hour and someone comes screaming along at 80. Like, that's not cool.
No, that you are correct. If that's Joe Schmo citizen, you're correct. He could have been put in jail. He could have been ticketed at least, but he could have been put in jail. He could have had his vehicle impounded, all that other stuff. But we are talking about somebody who is going to a crime scene or essentially staging out. We had at the parish facility I worked at, we had some of our deputies that worked on the SRT teams, SWAT, basically what it is, special response team. Well, they didn't have patrol vehicles, so sometimes they'd keep their gear in their personal vehicle, and if they got called out, man, they've got to go balls to the wall, or at least as fast as they could go without creating too much of a hassle.
So
I mean,
explain this to me and talk to me like I'm a 5-year-old. I need you to explain this to me like I'm a 5-year-old. Why it's unsafe for me in my Fiesta to drive 30 miles an hour over the speed limit, but it's not too unsafe for a SWAT guy to do the same thing without lights and sirens on, going to a staging area where if it takes him, I don't know, an additional 30 seconds, 60 seconds, 90 seconds to get there, driving at what we like to call the speed limit. What's the difference other than the fact that this guy happens to be behind the thin blue line?
I'll answer it this way. What's the difference between you going into a trial and me going into a trial?
Well, your hypothetical is incomplete. I'm assuming that you mean representing someone.
I'm going to represent myself. I'm going to go in as pro se. You're going to have
the difference.
More training.
The difference would be that I would have a better understanding of the laws and procedures. However, your hypothetical is, I'm going to say, less than perfect for the situation, because I'm not putting anybody else at risk by walking in and defending myself pro se with my knowledge and experience as an attorney. There's not someone who's going to pull out in front of me in the courtroom and get hit by my car, by my 2,000 plus pound car, and die from me walking in and representing myself pro se.
No, but if I'm representing myself and I don't have the knowledge, training, and experience that you have, the odds of me winning that case are gone. However,
so wait.
They go to specialized training. There's specialized driving training.
Let's say I'm a race car driver. Let's say I'm a race car driver. This is my job.
Sirens don't mean a thing. Some people pull out in front of them and don't even care.
Let's pretend. Let's change the hypothetical. It's not me speeding. Let's pretend it's I don't know race car guys. I'm going to say Dale Earnhardt Jr. I think he might be dead, but whatever, you get the point. Let's say I have 20 years of professional racing where I have to dodge through crowds. And it's one of those races where they have to cut across each other. So, you have to be on the lookout for oncoming traffic. Let's say I'm that guy. I still get the ticket from the cop or the arrest. Okay, but if I pull out my cop card, then I get to go. Those
guys only go out in a circle. They're never trained to take a right turn. They don't know how to take left turns.
You get my point, though. You get my point.
I understand what you're saying, but there is a difference between driving a race car and driving a regular car, and then you still want to get there safely. We're talking about people who have specialized training in specialized things. You put me on the SWAT course. I've been in law enforcement 16 years. I'm going to be horrible at it because I've never been to SWAT school.
Well, I think I'm not going to beat this particular horse to death. I do agree with bits and bobs. I think that anytime if it is unsafe as a blanket statement for Joe Public to drive 30 miles an hour over the speed limit, I think as a blanket statement, it should also be unsafe for cops to drive 30 miles an hour over the speed limit without having their lights and sirens activated.
No, and I agree with you. He should have had some sort of signaling and going on. I don't know why he's in this vehicle or why he didn't have it on. He should have had that on. That would have been a clue to everybody else. Hey, this guy's going 30 years, or excuse me, he's going 30 miles per the speed limit. He's running hot to a fault.
So we agree that he should have had some sort of lights and sirens going.
Yes, sir. I agree with you that wholeheartedly. That's why I say I don't know why he didn't. That's what really messed me. I don't understand why he didn't, because it looked like he was in a minivan. Again, I don't know if he was out with his family and they said, "Sheriff, get here now. We need you." And he dropped the family off and didn't switch vehicles and just decided to go in there. Even on that, and we'll see later on, there's a lot of quote unquote professional courtesy that just didn't happen.
All right.
I'll call our chief and let him know.
According to the sheriff's office, a bondsman made multiple requests to Lexington police for assistance arresting a former Tulsa police officer, D'Angelo.
Okay, can we pause it here too?
Go ahead.
I'm trying to figure out why the police are helping out bail bondsmen.
That was a question that I was going to ask. They're not effectuating a warrant. They are going out there because bail bondsmen want to arrest someone, and he has at least 3 guns.
Well, they even said may. Well, I know in my profession, I know in yours, words have meaning. There's a difference between the word may and shall or does. I may say, hey, Merv, I may come over tonight. You're not, I may be there, may not. If I say I am over tonight, you're like, why aren't you here?
Okay.
And so I don't know, and I don't know if they had to get this was the day they had him at his house or whatever it is to come affect this bond. It may have been the last day. If they didn't get him then they lose the bond or whatever it is. But I'm just again, if they know he's got guns, why'd they bond him out anyway? Why'd they take the risk?
It's a great question. Why are state resources going to help a private company prevent themselves from losing money?
And it's not that not like they arrested him and then they found these guns and like, oh crap, this guy's not supposed to have them, or they found a bunch of drugs and then they called. It was, hey, come help us get this money so we don't lose any money.
Yeah, I don't like what they did here, but continuing on.
Rape charges. They wanted backup because they believed he had multiple guns. This is their call for help to Cleveland County.
So they believed he had multiple guns. I took that as they said he has guns. You said that he may have guns. No one knows the future.
Foresee having problems with them.
Okay.
Lexington's 50, they won't help.
See, this guy has 3 guns.
They just told us to go make contact at the house, but this guy has 3 guns.
Back to the body cam, the Lexington officer lets the sheriff go and follows him to the staging area where multiple deputies are located. As they get there,
now, you'll notice there's multiple deputies and multiple police officers there. So this is something that's been going on a while. Because they're already staged up. They've got they're going with their own plan right now. They're doing all this other stuff.
Miss Mandy, no, this is in Oklahoma. This is in Clark County, Oklahoma, and the city is Lexington. I asked Lexington for a copy of their town charter, and they failed to provide it for me, so that's really awesome. So as far as the staging area is concerned, you may be reading a little bit more into it than I am. I know that radios go faster than cars, and they might have called it in, like the sheriff or the officer probably called it in on the stop. So I'm going to guess that would explain the presence of the police officers, the sheriff, or
that's what they called it in. But like I said, it was cut out from this. He actually said when he's on the radio, he says he's going to that place. Oh, that's where he's going. So he knew something was going on in that area.
Okay.
Chief Ronnie Johnson, seen in the vest and cowboy hat. Chief Johnson confronts a Cleveland County deputy.
We realize that I'd like to know what's going on in my own David City. We would have notified you, sir. We would have? Yeah. Well, hold on. I've been down there to the PD.
A sheriff's office lieutenant tries to explain the situation to the chief.
I think it was notified, they refused to respond because of how it was. Okay, I don't know who the said that. First of all, sir, I know the chief. I'm just telling you, I don't appreciate all of
that. And that wasn't just a deputy he was talking to. He was talking to the captain. Yeah, that was a captain he was talking to. So he knew what was going on. He's bad mouthing his captain in front of his troops.
Troops. Why do you call them troops?
That's just a local colloquialism. We just call ours troops. That's just.
Do you think that the police have become too militarized?
No, that's just it's a saying we just kind of picked up. I mean, I use it. Nobody else. I just say, those are my. It doesn't mean anything like that. I call them a whole bunch of other things, but this is usually when I say, "These are my troops. Let's get ready to roll."
Do you have access to fully automatic weapons as a police officer?
Yes.
That's when the Cleveland County deputy walks away. But the Lexington officer wearing the body
And
camera
again, that's a
isn't
lieutenant
done.
walking away.
You're not going to talk about Chief.
Pardon me?
That's a lieutenant walking away. And as he's walking away, you can hear him saying, "Sir, sir." And then his deputies are going, "He's a lieutenant. He's a lieutenant." And then the lieutenant goes, "I'm a lieutenant too."
Like that, sir. That's not going to happen. You can get the out of my face. I don't give a who you are.
So I haven't heard any claims of jurisdictional or any indication that someone is outside of their jurisdiction yet. Have you?
Nobody's outside their jurisdiction. The sheriff has jurisdiction everywhere inside that county. That's his jurisdiction, is the county lines.
And that's your understanding from the Oklahoma statutes?
That's from Oklahoma. That's everywhere.
Everywhere
in every county. Every county in Louisiana, every county in the United States, the sheriff is the top law enforcement officer of that county or parish.
What about in Massachusetts?
I will say this: I don't know Massachusetts law.
So would it be fair to say that
they're like a common, not a commonwealth, or they're?
Would it be fair to say that you don't know? Would it be fair to say that you're giving an opinion about something that you don't know?
I would say that I'm 99.9% sure, but yeah, there's that 0.1% that's not there. But I can guarantee in Oklahoma, that sheriff has jurisdiction everywhere inside those county lines.
What specific authority gives him that power? Is it in the Oklahoma Constitution? Is it in an Oklahoma statute? It's in the state constitution. We're out in the state constitution.
There's going to be a law in there. I will use Louisiana. Louisiana revised statute. It says the sheriff is the top law enforcement officer of that parish.
So Louisiana has a statute that says the sheriff is the top law enforcement. So he can actually tell police officers what to do.
He can.
Do they have to?
They don't have. Now I'll say this: they can. They don't have to listen to it.
Well, then, what do you mean? What does top law enforcement mean? What statute in Louisiana makes the sheriff the top law enforcement?
I'll have to look it up, but I do know because I haven't worked for the sheriff's office. He's it. There's one person. In Louisiana, there's only one person that can arrest the sheriff in a parish, and that's the coroner.
So is the coroner the top law enforcement official in Louisiana?
The reason is because he can have the sheriff committed.
So is he the top law enforcement officer? He has power of arrest, apparently.
He has power of arrest, but he can only his power extends to arrest, or not arrest, but authority over dead bodies.
So the sheriff has to be dead before he arrests him.
Or he can find him mentally. He can actually find him mentally incompetent.
But you said he could arrest him. I'm just cautioning you. I'm just cautioning you that I'm an attorney, and I deal with laws, and I don't deal with 99.9% guesses on where a law is. Just so you know, let's do this. This is the Oklahoma statutes.
Okay.
This is Title 19, Chapter 12, Section 516. It shall be the duty of the sheriff under sheriffs and deputies to keep and preserve the peace of their respective counties, and to quiet and suppress all affrays, riots, and unlawful assemblies and insurrections, for which purpose and for the service of processing civil and criminal cases, and apprehending or securing any person for a felony or breach of the peace, they and every constable may call to their aid such person or persons of the county as they deem necessary. So this is an actual statute that defines what the powers and duties of the sheriff are. In addition, a sheriff is a peace officer. The term peace officer means any sheriff, police officer, federal law enforcement officer, tribal enforcement officer, or any other law enforcement officer whose duty it is to preserve or to enforce and preserve the public peace. This is the statute that authorizes federal law enforcement officers to enforce state crimes, not ordinances, in the state of Oklahoma. This defines the powers of peace officers. Now, in Oklahoma, a peace officer can make an arrest throughout the state of Oklahoma in certain circumstances. Normally, they're refined to their own specific jurisdiction. For example, a sheriff in the state of Oklahoma, his jurisdiction ends at the county line. However, in response to an emergency involving immediate threat to life or property, he can make an arrest outside of the county he's in upon the prior consent of the head of a law enforcement agency, sheriff, or chief of police, in whose investigatory or territorial jurisdiction the exercise of the power occurs, in response to a request for assistance pursuant to a mutual law enforcement assistance agreement with the agency of investigatory or territorial jurisdiction, in response to the request for assistance by a peace officer with investigatory or territorial jurisdiction, or while the peace officer is transporting a prisoner. The chief of police shall enforce municipal ordinances and have other such powers, duties, and functions as may be prescribed by law or ordinance. So if a city does not give the chief of police the power to do other things, he may just have the power to enforce municipal ordinances, except for as provided in the Oklahoma Statutes, Chapter 2, Section 99A. The chief of police has to be a peace officer, shall be, that is mandatory, and shall enforce the municipal codes. He can have such other powers, duties, and functions as may be prescribed by law or ordinance. A municipal police officer shall have the power to make an arrest for any offense against the laws of the state and municipality. So the police officers have the power. The chief of police might not, but the police officers have the power to make arrests for any crime that happens in their territorial or investigatory jurisdiction. Now, none of that indicates that any one law enforcement agency is top or supreme or has control over any other one.
Let me revise that. By saying top, in other words, it goes back to jurisdiction. Okay, they have jurisdiction everywhere inside their lines, their parish, their county lines. Okay,
right.
So that means they can enforce laws anywhere in that parish, anywhere in that county. Okay, whereas a city only inside that city. So their jurisdiction ends at that city lines, whereas the sheriff, the deputy sheriffs can go anywhere in that city. They want to go in there and start arresting folks to build up their stats. They can go in there and start arresting folks to build up that stats. Is that a dick move? Yeah, that's a dick move, but they can go do it.
So the if we're just comparing penis size by the territorial jurisdiction, the state police would have the biggest penises. Because they can go anywhere in the state, right?
Yeah, you're right. Because they can go anywhere in the state. That's correct.
But that doesn't restrict. That doesn't mean they could walk up to a police officer. Like I'm assuming state police enforce traffic laws in Louisiana. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that doesn't mean though that they could go up to a city police officer's traffic stop when the city police officer has made a traffic stop in his territorial jurisdiction. It doesn't mean that the state police officer could come just say like, "This is my crime scene now. I'm going to write the ticket," right?
They could. They don't.
What statute or portion of the Constitution for the state of Louisiana allows them to do that?
Their jurisdiction.
What statute gives them the jurisdiction to take over traffic stops from another?
Man, Murray, I did not know I was going to take a test today.
What's that?
I didn't know I was going to take a test today. Hang on, let me look up revised Louisiana. Oh, did I lose you? Am I still here? If I click off.
Oh no, you're still here. I still hear you.
That's questioning it.
Well, GMK, I treat everybody the same. I'm not going to play favorites just because Mr. Taylor was kind enough to accept my
You
invite
ain't
to
mad
come
at
on
him.
the show.
I didn't do my homework. I ain't mad at him. Let's see.
I'm not lost in chat, Laura. I'm giving Mr. Taylor time to do his research, and I don't want to be babbling on and perhaps distracting him. So I am enjoying reading what you guys are saying. Oh no, Duavico. I will definitely be shitting on Ehline. So Tom, there is if someone is breaking the law, the state police would have powers to arrest, generally speaking. Although perhaps in certain states, the power of the arrest of the sheriff, not the deputy sheriffs, but the sheriff, may lie with solely with the coroner. I don't know, Mr. Taylor. Are you wearing pants today?
I was going to actually wait till the end of the stream to mention it.
Because this is a pants-free broadcast.
Yes, sir. As always.
Yes, I have a Discord, Miss Mandy. But I hate to tell you this, Miss Mandy, you have to send nudes to get in. To get in. Wonka wonka.
All right, here we go. It is constitutional. I found it. Constitutional 527. In each parish, a sheriff shall be elected for a term of 4 years. He shall be the chief law enforcement officer in the parish, except as otherwise provided by this Constitution, and to execute court orders and process. He shall be the collector of the state and parish ad valorem tax and other such tax license fees provided by law.
How do I? Okay, this is my boomer moment. I need to figure out how to present settings, guests. How do I let you present what you're doing?
I don't know. But if
do me a favor and drop the link in the private chat.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so everybody can see that. Perfect. This is Constitution 527. In each parish, a sheriff shall be elected for a term of 4 years. He shall be the chief law enforcement officer in the parish, except as otherwise provided by the Constitution, and shall execute court orders process. He shall be the collector of state and parish ad valorem taxes and such other taxes and license fees as provided by law. And this section shall not apply to the Orleans parish. So what do you believe that chief law enforcement officer means?
In my view, in my layman's term, it means he is quote unquote. You call him the top cop. In other words, and I only say that his jurisdiction is the entire parish.
Right.
He can enforce laws in the entire parish. To me,
so would the chief of police be the chief law enforcement officer in the city?
Yes.
And if the city's in a parish, then who is the chief law enforcement officer overall? Does one have power to tell the other what to do?
He can't tell him what to do, but he can enforce the laws in his. In other words, if the chief of police says, I don't want deputies in my town, the sheriff goes tough. We're gonna enforce laws in your town.
Right. I would understand that to be correct in Louisiana and in Oklahoma, because the sheriff has jurisdiction, territorial jurisdiction. But for example, the federal government, the law enforcement of the federal government has jurisdiction to, like the FBI has territorial jurisdiction over the entire United States, right? They can enforce federal law anywhere in the United States. But at the same time, a police officer, a city police officer, can enforce state law over an entire city. And just because one is inside of the other doesn't mean that one agency has power over the other agency. Obviously, a federal, like an FBI agent, could arrest a city police officer for a violation of federal crime, and a city police officer could arrest a federal law enforcement officer, like a FBI agent, for violation of a city crime. Would that be your understanding?
That's my understanding. But
so that
let's look at it in terms of you're in town A. Okay, town A has a chief of police and another person that works for them. Okay, because it's a small town. That's it.
Okay.
They have a murder. They haven't had a murder there ever, but there just so happens to be a murder. Okay. The sheriff says, we're going to come in and we're going to take that over. We're going to take over that case. You don't have the manpower. You don't have the ability to do this. We're just going to take it over. Granted, the chief of police is just going to go, man, thank you. But he couldn't sit there and go, no, I'm not going to let you.
So in Oklahoma, the sheriff has power to do certain things. Like he has the power to execute process. But if he finds that he is going to meet resistance in executing the process, he could command. This gives him authority to actually make commands. As many male inhabitants of his county as he may think proper, and in the manner and form as provided by law, and not otherwise. He can call military company or companies in the county armed and equipped to assist him in overcoming the resistance, and if necessary, in seizing, arresting, and confining the resistors and their aiders and abettors to be punished according to law. The officer, this would be the sheriff, I would assume, must certify to the court from which the process is issued the names of the resistors and their aiders and abettors, in the end that they may be proceeded against for contempt. every person commanded by a public officer to assist him in the execution of process, who without lawful cause refuses or neglects to obey the commands is guilty of a misdemeanor. Literally, he has the power to command, and you can see that that is enforced by a misdemeanor and or contempt. So that would be something where in a specific instance where the sheriff actually has the authority to do something and it's backed up by law. The sheriff can also request to the governor, and if it appears to the governor the power of the county is not sufficient to enable the sheriff to execute the process or to suppress riots or to preserve the peace, he must, on application of the sheriff. So he must, on the application of the sheriff, if it appears to him that the power is not sufficient, he has to order a force from another county or counties as necessary to assist, essentially speaking. And then it'll be the duty of the governor to furnish a military force if necessary. So that's the only real power that I've seen. So the sheriff can deputize.
Basically, come and he can deputize people. You give them temporary. You're a sheriff. You're a deputy. You're a deputy. You're a deputy. We need help.
He can specifically deputize police officers. So if he deputizes a police officer, then the police officer would have to assist him to do things. But does that make him the top? Does he get to take over a crime scene? Generally speaking, I'm going to say probably not. Would that be your understanding?
He can if he wants to. He can. And I've got my visitor, I got my cat back there behind me. He can if he wants to. He can say, this is now my crime scene. We're taking over this crime scene. We don't want you messing this crime scene up. We don't. We think one of your guys is involved, whatever it is. We're taking over this crime scene.
So what specific authority? I understand that you had the Louisiana Constitution that says he's the chief law enforcement officer in the parish, but as you saw from Oklahoma, there are specific statutes that say he gets to command people to do X, Y, or Z, and if they don't, number one, it's contempt, because the courts can proceed against him for contempt in these specific circumstances, or number two, the court can it would be a misdemeanor. So there's actual enforcement behind this statement that you can do this. Where does it say that in Louisiana?
Well, it's going to go back to that top law enforcement officer. That's the way that's the way my layman term. That's the way I interpret that.
But that doesn't mean anything. If I said right now you are the chief law enforcement on this live stream, what does that allow you to do? What does that give you the right, the power to enforce?
Well, to me, it allows all laws, all state and local, all state, parish, and local ordinances. And MSG's right here. There's also and I'll find it later, that the sheriff's also the keeper of the jail, shall be the keeper of the jail.
Well, yeah, it states that specifically in the Oklahoma state laws that let me rephrase that. The sheriff has to maintain a county jail, but there's also a provision that allows for a municipality to keep a jail. And it also allows for the municipality to contract out keeping the jail to a third-party provider, like a private jail company. And that's specifically allowed for in the statute. So in Oklahoma, there has to be a county jail, but there can also be a city jail. And that city jail can also be a for-profit private jail. So
that's correct. We have the same thing in Louisiana. The sheriff can run the jail. He's the keeper of the jail, but he can have a for-profit company come in and run it.
Right, but that's so. Let's say in Oklahoma specifically. Well, actually, we'll stick with Louisiana for you. I haven't researched Louisiana law, so you have me at a bit of a disadvantage. But let's say that a city in Louisiana maintains a municipal jail. Can they do that?
Yeah, we have that. We have city jails.
You have city jails. All right. So, can the sheriff, over the objection of the city, go in there and remove someone from that city jail without court order, just because I'm the big dick swinging chief law enforcement of the county? I'm gonna roll in there, slap my dick on the table, and say, "Give me Bob." Let's say, for example, that Bob is the sheriff's brother.
No, I'll tell you no. The answer to that is no.
Okay, well, so then, he's
Because
you
may have someone in there who is not the way our system works is you have a city ordinance. Someone violates spitting on the sidewalk. They get arrested for spitting on the sidewalk. They're going to spend a night in jail and they go before a city judge because that's city ordinance.
Let me ask you a stupid question. Right? Hold on 1 second.
Yes, sir.
You'd actually arrest a motherfucker for spitting on the sidewalk?
No, but we're gonna go along with. Okay, well let's make it shoplifting under $100. How about that?
Okay.
Okay, so shoplifting $100, city ordinance, go before a city judge, let the city decide what's going along with it. Okay, now somebody goes and commits a felony. Okay, they've stolen now a purse snatching. Purse snatching is a felony. Okay, felony, they have to go before the district judge. So now they've moved up. So they're going to go, they may spend a night or two at the city jail because the city cop arrested them, but they're going to go over to the parish jail because they've got to go to district court.
Right. And that makes sense. That makes sense as like a logistical kind of thing because the sheriff handles the security for the district court. Then the sheriff would have to be the one bringing him in and out. So it makes sense to have him be in the sheriff's custody. And there may also be a law that requires felons to be placed in the custody of the sheriff. Maybe.
What? Yes, felons. Any drug violation or felonies must go before the district court here in Louisiana.
Okay. We've gone a little bit afield. We've talked about quite a bit more law, I will bet, than the entire video of Michael Ehline. But let's go back to his nonsense. We've made it a whole minute and 51 seconds in, and he is muted right now. You're not having audio problems.
Hopefully, you guys got to see the difference between the local city police and the sheriff. And I know.
Did you see a difference between the local city police and the sheriff there, Mr. Taylor?
Oh no, they were both flexing their muscle right there. They were both.
Did you see either one of them exert their jurisdictional power?
Both the sheriff and the chief of police were wrong. He didn't go all through it, but there's a part where the other lieutenant kind of jumped on the other lieutenant. You're not going to talk to my chief that way. You're not going to talk to my sheriff that way. Blah 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 blah. That was the wrong place to do all that. But there was some professional courtesy that should have happened between both the chief and the sheriff. Normally they have each other's cell phone numbers, personal cell phone numbers, and they can call each other and say, "Hey, what's going on?"
So but the underlying question, though, is did you see either one of those two departments, either the sheriff's department or the city police department, exert authority over the other one? Or was it just some people being rude to each other, but recognition that you get to do your job and I can't stop you from doing your job?
No, at the very end, the sheriff does tell the lieutenant and tells chief, get out of my scene, and they leave.
Okay, so that to you, does that mean
he does threaten to arrest them too?
Right. So, but if the sheriff had walked into the police crime scene and started mucking around there, would the police be able to arrest him? Did I lose you?
Well,
are you thinking
that's
about?
where the sheriff would pull his I'm top dog. Get
So
out.
you're suggesting to me, let's say for example, the sheriff's brother Bob, that we've already established. Bob is drunk and high on meth, and he's causing a domestic disturbance, domestic violence in the city of whatever the city was here. I forget what it was. But he's in the city, so he's within the territorial jurisdiction of the police. And so the police go there, responding to a call. They see Bob drunk, high on meth, slapping his girlfriend around. And so they go to arrest him. Big Dick Sheriff rolls up in there. And he says, get the fuck out of here. I'm taking over this crime scene. Do the city police have to let him?
No.
So that's
Now, I have an obligation if I see a felony being committed to stop that felony from being committed.
so the big dick swinging sheriff goes in and says, nope. If you don't vacate this scene, I'm going to arrest every one of you. What do you do?
Good luck with. I'm gonna tell him good luck with that. You let me know how it works out for you.
Do you think if he attempted to lay hands on you at that point, you would arrest him?
I would. I sure would.
Do you think that he would get charged for interfering in that particular crime scene with whatever charges the DA could in theory come up with? Do you think the sheriff would get charged with that?
I would hit him with at least an obstruction charge.
Do you think it would hold up?
I would venture to say there would probably be a plea deal or a will null process if certain things happen.
So you think that the DA would follow through, whatever Louisiana's version of the DA is? You think they'd follow through because Big Dick swinging sheriff did not, in fact, have the right to go in there and take over your crime scene to basically save his brother?
I would say that the DA would follow along that lines. You're interfering with an active arrest, an active felony arrest at that.
Yeah. So that's why I have you on the show, is because your real world gut instincts match up with my, when you actually let your real world gut instincts come out, they match up with my understanding of, generally speaking, what the law is. Once we get past your ideological beliefs, when it comes down to brass tacks, you think you'd be able to arrest the motherfucker. I think you'd be able to arrest the motherfucker. You think it would hold up. I think it would hold up. I don't think he has the right or the power to take over your crime scene. You may believe he does, and you may cede that power to him because you think he's the big swinging dick. But deep down, you know it's your motherfucking crime scene, and if push came to shove, you know you would be able to enforce that it is your motherfucking crime scene.
You're right. It is my crime scene. It's always going to be whoever's their first crime scene. If it's in my town, if it's in my city, it's my crime scene.
Yeah, there you go. Now we've gotten down to the brass tacks of it. Thank you. Thank you for getting out of the law. Remember at the beginning, I said it's.
I'll say this. You know what? If you want to take this one over, that's one less report I've got to write.
Yeah. So, but that's an entirely different metric, right? Okay. So let's go back into the dumbass Ehline here. Oh, hold on a second. Before we do that, I'm going to. I thought this was fucking hilarious. Comments. This guy Otis Tank said, "You're going to do the same as last time." This is in response to my advertisement for a law enforcement officer. He says, "You're going to do the same as last time. As soon as someone steps up, you're going to be thanks, but no thanks, just like the RC." And for those of you who are that fucking stupid, I don't know how to explain this any clearer. I didn't ask for someone to step up and do anything with relationship to that. I was going to hire someone. In this instance, when I'm currently asking for someone to step up, obviously, as long as they meet the requirements, you can't believe how many people had to tell me about retired law enforcement. Oh, like, you know what? If I hadn't specifically asked for active law enforcement, active state licensed law enforcement, not federal, Jesus fucking Christ, people are stupid. My commenters are dumb as dog shit. Anyway, now that we've gotten that out of the way, back to this.
For a couple seconds, my voice cut out. It's just that crazy thing. I'm still having some problems with the audio, guys. Hopefully,
got to put the big black dick in front of his face.
See, as soon as I moved the mic, it cut out on me. Anyways, good seeing you guys. Thanks again for joining me. Had a very, very rough day today. I've been in mediations most of the day, trying to resolve cases, but my kids did some really cool research.
I had a tough day in mediation. So if you've ever been in mediation in personal injury, what that requires is you sitting in one room with your client. They do this on Zoom sometimes. I don't think that works as well. Generally speaking, it's best if you sit in a room with your client and you sit on your phone playing, I don't know, Candy Crush or whatever game that you like to play. And every once in a while, a mediator will walk in and be like, hey, they offered this. Do you have a counter? And then you talk to your client and you say, we'd like to counter with this. And then the mediator leaves and you go back to playing Candy Crush. It's not a hard day. It is literally one of the easiest days ever.
Because I'm trying to teach them about English and American common law principles. And I try to teach them the history of the law. And so I was trying to explain to them, they're asking me, well, what's the difference between a state trooper? Why isn't a state trooper considered to be superior to a sheriff? Why isn't, what about city police? What's the hierarchy? And, so that tells me that they're starting to think, which is a good thing. So just really quick, let me just look over into the sidebar and thank everyone for showing up. So I know that tonight, originally, I wanted to start at 5, but I got pushed off. So I pushed the time back to 6, but you saw that I started at like 5:30. So just keep that in mind that sometimes I will do that because I am a lawyer and I might get trapped in a mediation or a deposition or, get stuck on the phone with a client who's going through hell and they need somebody to talk to. And so I have to do that because as a lawyer, you're not just a lawyer, you're a counselor too. And my clients, one of the reasons why they stay with me is because I spend the additional time to hear what they have.
He's a counselor too.
I'm
sure he doesn't charge his clients for those phone calls at all.
Well, I mean, so typically speaking, personal injury, which is what his kind of forte is, personal injury, you're in there on contingency basis. So he's probably not charging, but PI clients, typically speaking, are the least time involved. They don't have, generally speaking, any motions. They're not asking for anything ahead of time. It's pretty easy and clean cut. Civil litigation, generally speaking, you don't have a lot of push by your clients for time. Really, the most time intensive, in my experience, for as far as like dealing with clients, is family law, because everybody has their fees all in a bunch. But PI of all of them, I think is the least you got to do anything for the client. Because basically your question to the client would be like, did you get that surgery yet? Are you done? Are you healthy? Do you have any more appointments? Something along those lines. But it's pretty easy.
Firm philosophy is you're not just a client with us, you're also our friend. I just think that's kind of cool. So thanks, the classic one. Thanks for showing up. Christopher, as always, thanks for showing up and listening and having to hear what I have to say and helping me teach my little ones how to become entrepreneurs, because that's part of the deal that I'm doing here to convince my wife to let me do these videos, is that I'm teaching the kids how to build a YouTube channel. And so that's good for them. And I'm teaching them how to do shorts and how to use Premiere Pro. I mean, obviously I'm not as good as some of these other guys, but I'm better than most guys, better than most lawyers. That's for sure. So let's take a look. Grateful Dabs, right on. Call me a boomer. Yeah.
So we're 4.5 minutes in. He hasn't spoken about the law once.
Carl Bronson, thanks for joining us today. Let's OTVO, thanks again for coming. Hey, Brick Jonesy, super stoked to see you, dude. So Brick is like one of the coolest, most loyal guys you'll meet, and I'm super happy. I believe that he has someone in his family who was a Marine, I think his dad, so he probably kind of tracks along with me because we recognize that people who went through that basic Marine Corps training are just better people, as a general rule. All right, so yeah, the classic one. And then, of course, everybody, so dispensing with all the informalities and formalities. So I found this video, and I think you guys have already seen this. Most people have seen this. The city chief police going at it with the sheriff deputies. Not even the sheriff, but the chief of a local city, municipal corporation, decides he doesn't like these deputies being in his backyard. He wants to know what's going on. They're trying to make an apprehension in what he thinks is his turf, right? And so they start going at it with each other, and eventually one of the muni cops approaches one of the deputies. He's like, "Hey man, you don't talk to my man," almost like they're like a motorcycle club or something. You know, it's like, wow, public servants with our tax dollars acting like children, basically. But your nephew's father, copy that, Brick. Yeah, all right, copy that. Yeah. So
yeah, but what about the jurisdiction? What about the jurisdiction part? Isn't the whole thing about this? Aren't we talking about jurisdiction? Wins in a jurisdictional power battle?
So cops are yelling at each other. We yell at each other all the time. I mean, most of the time we're giving each other hell because we just give each other hell. But as far as but anything about jurisdiction at all, but he's a lawyer.
You know what? Sadly, you're right. He is a lawyer.
So Brick had the Marine Corps influence in his family, and trust me, it spreads like a cancer. That do or die. When someone says show up for your meeting at 5:30, that really means 5 o'clock. That just becomes part of your DNA if you grew up like that. Yeah. Hey, Mama Lion. Well, I want to know more about the Karen Reed trial, and I wouldn't even be opposed to doing like a lawyer reaction video if you guys think that it could be a teachable moment. The only reason I'm doing this whole sheriff thing is because one of our members in the private chats was asking me, well, what's the deal with sheriffs? Because we've got sheriffs are supposedly under common law, they have some kind of significance. So I talked to my kids, and they're like, yeah, what's the deal? Because in California, they don't even.
So a lot of people think that there's some sort of a common law deal with sheriffs, and it would really depend on whether or not your state recognizes that. A lot of times, as you can see from what I've gone through on the Oklahoma website, you can see that sheriffs are a creature of statutory creation, and see government code, I think it's like 26,000. Somewhere down in sheriff. So you see also in California, the duties of the sheriff are defined by statute, etc. So you can see their duties are here. They'll preserve the peace, yada yada, shall arrest, yada yada, prevent, suppress, affrays, yada yada, command the aid, yada yada. So common law, I don't know why he's talking about common law. The people who talk about common law, generally speaking, are sovereign citizens. Have you ever had a dealing with a sovereign citizen, Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, we get that every now and then. I want to speak to your sheriff. The sheriff, that's the only person we recognize. I don't have to sign that. I don't need these. You do. You need all of that stuff.
Do you get any training? If I go too far, if I push into areas you're not authorized to talk about, let me know. But do you get any training on sovereign citizens?
Yeah, I've had, and a lot of the people I've worked with have worked with have gotten training specifically from the I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah, we get training on them, and then we go through a refresher. And specifically if something does come up that maybe makes nationwide news, like a shooting or something, we'll get another refresher and go over the video, and we'll talk about what we're allowed to do and what we're not to do, how to handle this, how not to handle that. And the best training I've ever gotten is a U.S. Marshal or former retired U.S. Marshal. He basically just said, be quiet. You just don't answer their questions. Don't go into their trap. They're going to word soup you, and they're going to throw all this stuff at you, and just stare at them. When they get to the end, don't answer their question. Tell them either sign here, press hard 4 copies, or get out of the vehicle, because you're going to get out of the vehicle no matter what.
Right. Okay. I personally can't stand sovereign citizens. So I'm glad that you're getting some training on them.
Even have, like,
Well,
state
and if you watch a
that's
lot of these videos on sovereign citizens, I don't know if it's the training that they've received or how their policy is, but they allow a lot of time to sit. They spend a lot of time with those sovereign citizens, and see that tension to build. The more somebody's cussing at you, whatever it is, it's going to start to build. That's why I'm not answering your question. I don't. Yeah, I don't care about. You want my name and badge number? I'll give you that a million times. I don't care. Let's do that. But to sit there and the longer the stop goes on, the more rationale of violence is going to happen one way or the other. So end the stop as quickly as possible. Get them in cuffs as quickly as possible, whatever it is.
I talked to my kids and they're like, yeah, what's the deal? Because in California, they don't even have like state troopers like in Nevada and stuff. And so I was like,
California has the California Highway Patrol. California Highway Patrol is tasked with the security of the governor. And they are a statewide law enforcement with powers of arrest. So I that's fucking weird. That's a weird thing for him to say. Like, he lives in California. So this is what like blows my mind about Ehline. Like, just basic shit. You live in California, dude. How the fuck do you not know about the California Highway Patrol? Does Louisiana have a state police?
Yes, sir. State troopers.
I know Oklahoma has state police.
Wasn't there? Wait a second. There was a TV show about the California Highway Patrol.
Yeah, Ponch and John or something like that. Jesus fucking Christ, this guy kills me. He's so stupid.
well, you know, Pete Wilson did away with our state police and basically combined their duties with the California Highway Patrol. So we'll start off doing that. Okay. So here's how it works. So state police are basically.
What the? Did he say the state police combine their duties with the highway patrol? But didn't he just say there wasn't state police?
I'm trying to wrap my head around that. I don't know what the fuck, like, I don't know what that means. I don't know what distinction. I understand what each word means, but in the context of there is no state police, I don't know what it means when he says he combined the state police with the California Highway Patrol. Maybe he'll go on to suggest somehow that certain powers or authorities or whatever duties were lost.
Basically like traffic officers, but they're statewide. So they're primarily dealing with freeways, at least in California. They're not really engaged in local law enforcement. Municipal police.
Well, but they can engage in local law enforcement, and it would be really weird for the state police to be that actively engaged in minor local law enforcement. I don't understand why they would, but if there is something that is crossing multiple counties, bigger than what a sheriff would be able to handle, then I would understand the CHP would get involved.
Which would be the bottom
that makes perfect sense. That happens a lot. You may have a deputy sheriff. You may have the sheriff running operations in the city along with the city, or several cities at the same time. Yeah, you're going to let everybody kind of know what's going on, or you may not let anybody know because cops are blabbermouths. They may have somebody on the inside. That's the reason they don't want anybody else to know. Yeah, we're running this operation. You tell us. Duh, because you got informants, or maybe we're investigating somebody in your department.
Freeways, at least in California. They're not really engaged in local law enforcement. Municipal police, which would be the bottom of the barrel, and I'm going to do a slideshow and show you guys in a minute, but municipal police would be more like the bottom of the barrel. They're usually appointed, they work for a municipal corporation, and their turf is limited to a municipality within a county. Now, the sheriff, the Shire Reeve, is an elected official, and their duties go back historically, going all the way back to when we had a king, and originally their job was to protect the people and enforce the king's edicts, but ultimately with Magna Carta and other things like confirmatum, I don't know if I said it right, but anyways, ultimately the sheriff's job also became to protect the rights of the people. And so in a nutshell, yes, the sheriff is actually the most powerful one of all. And in most states, it's very difficult to get rid of a sheriff. I think only the governor has the power to remove one. But that's another conversation for another time. Now let's see here. Oh yeah, so Brick, his dad's got 22 years in. Right on, dude. 22 years Navy. That's pretty hardcore. I mean, I forgive him for not being a Marine. I'm just kidding. That's just standard operating.
It is just so weird how Ehline places so much. like you graduated from boot camp, dude, and like you build every reaction around.
But he never made it through SOI,
military.
did he?
What's that?
He didn't make it through School of Infantry.
That's my understanding, is that he graduated. They let him graduate from boot camp. Craziness.
Procedure. Give me a bunch of OTVOs for Chile. I do not have any updates today about Chile. I'm expecting a call probably right around the time this thing starts popping off. I'll probably get a call. But from what I know, he is surviving. He's definitely not thriving, but he's surviving, and he's making the best of things that he can. If you get a chance, go take a look at the video I did. I think it was yesterday or the day before on the Delete Laws channel. I get into what's going on with these 900 Citizen Review Board complaints that apparently were just sort of rubber stamped along with.
Are we going to get to any fucking law here, Michael?
The Nevada IA. I'm waiting for a call back from some investigative journalists.
Sorry, I got two Michaels on here. You're Mr. Taylor, and he is Michael or Mikey.
In Nevada to get some additional information. But in the interim, it looks like BZ Watchdog has a green light to pursue at least 900 internal affairs complaints that are now public record if you can get them to grant the public records request. So I am suggesting to BZ, and I'm hoping that with the urging of my audience, that one of you can dig deep or has an investor who can help us potentially start a nonprofit corporation to where we can try and get those records. The downside to getting all these records is the Las Vegas police charge an enormous amount of money, like outrageous, to where it's draconian to get some of these records, like body cam footage. So
body cam footage is very expensive because they have to go through it and blur out certain things. They're not allowed to. They have statutory requirements to protect victims, to protect witnesses, to there's certain information, like if the body cam points at their computer screen, they've got to blur the shit out of there, and that takes time. That takes someone with special training who probably costs a lot of money to go through and do all that particular.
You've got to do a lot of that and to parse out everything that they want. And it's everybody. If you've got 4 or 5 officers there, so now that's 4 or 5 videos. You've got to get rid of all the other stuff. Yeah, then they haven't had to deal with records requesting before. They want it right away. That's impossible. You can't get it right away. It's got to go through certain channels anyway. You know, is this the right request? Is this what it is? Is it lawful for you to have this? Not everything that's for you is for you. You know, as you said, there could be juveniles in there. There could be victims in there. There could be somebody, different. There's people in there that you don't want made public.
Out of curiosity, does your department require you to wear a body cam?
Yes, we are required to wear a body cam. Does
your department have specific policies on when you have to activate your body cam and when you can stop it?
Yes. So you have to have, anytime you're in contact with the public, you have to have it on. Anytime you are on a call, you have to have it on. Anytime you're pretty much basically, when you're not by yourself or, just around officers, you're in the public, you have to have at least on your body. Basically, if you start engaging with the public or they start engaging with you, turn it on. And it was, I'm a big fan of body cams for the simple fact is it has saved me more than it's never hurt me. It's saved me. Your officer said this. Look at the body cam.
So you've been sued for like a 42 USC 1983?
I have had a couple of 1983 actions against me. If you work in a jail long enough, you'll have at least one.
Have you ever lost?
I've never lost.
Have any of them ever made it to trial?
I've never even gone to trial on one.
Well, there you go.
Well, the only thing I can think of is to form a nonprofit. And since none of my members or anyone in my group has had luck getting any help from the Las Vegas ACLU, with many claiming it's because the judge who put Chile in jail is married to their president, it seems like our only option to try to get this information is to form our own nonprofit or loose confederation of investigative journalists to try and gather this data. However, I do invite you to file your own public records requests with Nevada or Las Vegas PD to try and get some of these records from the Citizen Review Board, which many investigative journalists.
I could be wrong. And I don't know. Do you follow Artie's Corporate Fiction?
I didn't hear you.
Do you follow Artie's Corporate Fiction?
Every now and then. He gets a little long-winded for me sometimes, but if I'm driving around, I'll listen to him.
I believe that he got the body cam footage for the arrest of Chili. Am I mistaken?
He did. Yes, he did. He sure did.
So why is Ehline thinking it's so freaking hard? Do you know?
I'm trying to figure out this guy. I don't understand him at all. And it may be one of my just I don't understand what's going on, but this guy's taking over his channel. So is he paid to take over his channel, or is he just using these as hour-long infomercials for his law firm? And he sees the cash cow that's going on of the GoFundMe's and everything else, and he's going to take his piece at the end.
I'm gonna be 100% transparent. I don't actually watch Chili's channel. The only time I ever see anything is when people send me a link and say, "Hey, this crazy thing happened." I don't know if there is actually enough money in YouTube to make a guy who's made 150 million or who's settled for 150 million, assuming he's gotten about a third of that. I don't see why he would want to do YouTube if he's made about $50 million. So none of it makes sense to me.
I agree with you. Like I said, it doesn't make sense, and I have a hard time. I have a hard time believing anything that he says, and I have a hard time. I watch Chili Channel because it makes me laugh. It's just funny to me. It's the whole "I'm an alpha," blah 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 blah. A lion doesn't have to walk in. Walks in the room, everybody knows it's a lion. It doesn't have to start going, "I'm a lion, I'm a lion, I'm a lion."
Right. He's saying he's an alpha, whatever.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I think that's all his act. He's trying to make money. These GoFundMe's apparently are in the tens of thousands, I believe, from what they're needing, what they need for their appeal lawyer. Well, I thought he was a lawyer. Or I thought he was a constitutional law scholar.
Ehline hasn't been hired by Chili to do shit because Chili probably understands that Ehline's a fucking retard. So I'm going to disagree. I think Chili does it because Chili is a true believer. I think he also enjoys making money off of it, and because he makes money off it, he could do it full time. But I think Chili does it because Chili's a true believer. I think Ehline listens to all those right-wing talk shows, barely understands any of it, at least listening to what he tries to regurgitate. But I think he believes that stuff too. And I would bet you that Ehline thinks that Ehline can make a difference and undo some of what he believes are leftist tendencies in our society, because it doesn't make sense. Like I think he used to do it. You could see his old videos. He used to do it trying to get clients, trying to, I'm actually advertising my firm. But these new ones, I think he thinks he's dispensing information. I think he thinks that he's educating people on Ehline's idea of what the world is. That's my best take on it.
So you get you saying he's kind of like a poor man's Alex Jones?
Yes, he's a discount Alex Jones.
There you go. Value brand. Let's say he's a value brand Alex Jones.
But Alex Jones has actually hit the nail on the head a couple times, from what I understand. The whole turning the frogs gay, actually, there was Alex Jones has actually gotten a few hits in there. I don't know what his percentage hit to loss is. I don't watch him, but Ehline is just swing and a miss time and again. I haven't seen Ehline actually knock one out of the ballpark yet, or even just get a base hit.
You look at his comments. Everybody loves him. Oh yeah, that's exactly right. We're going to do this and free Chili, and we'll take care of that. And you blah 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 blah. They're listening to him. They like him. Now there are a bunch of them making a lot of fun of him, but I think they've got some that have drank the Kool-Aid.
If yes, there are always going to be a certain subset of people who believe nonsense. There are people who are going to go to Ehline because he's saying what they want him to hear, and that's great. But I think the vast majority of the people who were making fun of him have been banned. So I know in my Discord, I have a lot of complaints from people about having been banned by Ehline. So that's my best assumption, is that he has eliminated the dissenting voices.
Allege are basically rubber stamping the police department's internal affairs complaints. Okay, with that being said, I want to get more into this show about the duties of municipal police and sheriffs.
So rubber stamping complaints or something along those lines. In your experience, having been in 2 law enforcement agencies, do you think that the officers, generally speaking, are concerned about internal affairs investigations?
It's one of those things. It's if you've done something wrong, or I used to tell my trainees 5 rules. I used to tell my trainees, if you go by 5 rules, you'll never be in trouble.
I like 5 rules.
If you follow policy, procedure, and the law, if you don't do anything that's immoral or unethical, you never have anything to worry about. So if you get an IA complaint and you follow those 5 rules, who cares? It doesn't matter. I had some, matter of fact, one of my favorite things is an IA complaint from an inmate who just hated me, just kept running him up, and finally they unfounded him. Okay. And I framed that letter that I got from IA, and I keep it. And if you've never done it, if you follow those 5 rules, then an IA complaint doesn't bother you. Doesn't bother any. It didn't bother me. I should say this. And I've known some other people that had IA complaints. It didn't bother them at all, because they knew they didn't do anything wrong. If you're in law enforcement long enough, if you work at a jail long enough, you're going to get IA complaints, because people generally believe, and I never really fault the people that did them. They generally believe that they've been wronged. That you hurt their feelings is what it is. Okay, I hurt your feelings. Nothing says I can't hurt your feelings. I'm not in the feelings business. I'm in the law enforcement business. I'm in the stopping bad people business. So IA complaints never bother me, because, again, I followed policy, procedure, and the law. I never did anything that was immoral. I never did anything that was unethical.
Has anyone that you've worked with been dismissed because of an IA complaint?
In my history in law enforcement, I have seen people dismissed because of IA complaints, yes.
So would it be your understanding that IA does actually investigate?
Yes, IA does investigate. IA does investigate. They have they always say the police, but they're like anything else. They have an obligation to investigate, because if they don't, that's misconduct on their behalf. Okay, they're not doing their job. It's not like if you're a checkout clerk at a local convenience store and you give bad customer service and they tell the manager about it, it's not like the manager's going to investigate. They really don't care. They're happy they've got a clerk there working. But if you've got a cop who's been anybody in law enforcement who has a allegation against them, that needs to be investigated. An investigation may take a minute, it may take a day, it may take a long time, because depending on what it is. Some are far-fetched and they're easy to dismiss. Okay. Mm-hmm. Watch the body cam footage, ask questions. Okay. Unfounded, done with it, move on. Others may be, I think so-and-so's, a dirty cop. Well, that's going to take a little bit longer to investigate than anything else. And if it's unfounded, it's unfounded. Great. If you aren't a dirty cop, you don't have anything to worry about. If you are a dirty cop, man, I want IA to investigate you. I don't want I don't want my badge tarnished because of bad cops. I hate bad cops. I want all bad cops gone. But you have roughly about 1 million law enforcement officers on the federal, state, and local level. That's one for every 300 people. You're going to have, if you have 1 million of anything, you're going to have some bad eggs. Okay. How many lawyers are there in California? I guarantee you that are they bad lawyers? Too many. But are there bad lawyers? Yes. That's why
we
y'all
got
have
Michael Ehline right here.
Yeah. No, but I mean, they're investigating. They have the bar. I assume there's a bar investigation or whatever it is, and there's a process that goes along with that, and that process needs to go along with. You need to investigate. Now, if you have a bad IA person, if there's a bad IA person or a person that just doesn't like that other officer, and it gets personal, then that's a different story. But is if if you don't do anything wrong, don't worry about IA investigations. If you're a bad cop, get out of there. I don't want you tarnishing my badge. I work hard to keep my badge clean.
Do you believe that IA consider themselves to be cops?
Yes, they're cops.
Do you
they're assigned? I'm sorry, but they're because they're cops assigned to internal affairs, just like there are cops assigned to the beat. There are cops assigned to narcotics. There's a cops assigned to detectives.
So, how much interaction do you have with IA on a non-investigatory level?
When I worked for the sheriff's office, I had a lot of interaction with them, and it was almost always pleasant because they're always at.
Did they work out of the same office as you?
No, they did not. They work downtown in the in personnel, because they're also doing background checks for people who are applying. So
do they work out of an office that has other cops working out of it, or do they work out of a separate office?
Usually they, in the situation they were in, they worked out of a separate. They had the same floor. They were on the same floor as other cops, but they were in the admin area of the sheriff's office. So they had their own section.
Separation.
They had their own section like that. They had the IA section, and then you had other offices all around it. But the IA section was its own unique section.
So was there like a lot of cooler talk between IA and non-IA cops?
Usually not. Yeah, but it's not. If you're having lunch and they came to have lunch, you'd sit with them and you'd sit there and talk. Yeah, but you're not going to sit there and talk about, oh, hey, I heard Betty Sue's under investigation. Well, you're not going to do. You shouldn't do. If you're a cop, you shouldn't do that anyway, because they're not going to tell you anything. They don't want to sit with you. It's, hey, hey, how are you? It's been a wild time, blah, 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 blah. How are you liking it? What's going, what else is going on? What other stuff do we have going on? Because no matter what, cops don't want to talk about cop stuff. Even when we don't, we do it enough.
Do you think it would impact the opinion of the public if the public was aware that IA investigators were having lunch with the people that they were supposed to be policing?
Why should it? Because think about it this way: if I'm investigating you, all right, you're a detective, and I'm investigating you.
Mm-hmm.
You probably don't know that I'm investigating you.
But then again, I might. But
you might. But regardless, we're going to sit here and we're going to have lunch and we're going to talk or whatever it is. Or we may never talk because we may never have met each other. You may have been, there are deputies I've never met. I was there 15 years and there's deputies I've never met. You may never meet them.
Do you think that generally speaking, you're going to treat a friend different? Like, let's say that you're called to a domestic violence and you roll up and you realize, oh shit, this is my buddy's house. Are you going to treat him differently?
No.
Like, really?
Well, I'm going to treat him
really. Like,
really.
Really. So
really.
you get a call. You get a call that there's a guy in this house who's been drinking and he's probably been doing meth. The caller said that he has a gun, and you roll up and you realize it's your buddy's house. Your buddy who you've gone drinking with and fishing with and hunting with. You've known this dude since you were both 12 years old. You two Eiffel Towered some drunk bitch on your 18th birthday. I mean, you've seen this dude's dick, and you're gonna roll up in there and you're gonna tell me you're gonna treat him exactly the fucking same as some no-name motherfucker.
Well, let's look at the situation.
Tell me that again.
Hold
on. Lie to me.
Hold on. Okay. Because it depends on the situation. Because every situation is going to be different. Am I going to walk up and I'm going to walk up and be like, "Hey, Bob, let's talk a little bit." Because now I've got somebody who's drunk on meth with a gun. I'm not going to go charging in on it, but I'm not going to go charging in on it if it's some guy I've never met either. I'm going to talk to him, and everything else. And when he starts, because I want him as calm as I can possibly get him, no matter who it is, whether I've known him for 100 years or 1 second. I want him calm because meth, drunk, gun being the key thing there. I don't want someone agitated. Now, I'm going to get him out of the situation, get him over to the car. Hey, man, you know what I got to do. Turn around. Now, if he turns around peacefully, maybe he's going to turn around peacefully because the deputy that rolled up or the cop that rolled up behind me doesn't know.
Already, you're doing this different, guy. Your buddy comes out. You don't have your finger on the trigger ready to pull. You're not going to pull the trigger as easy as if some other dude rolls out of there. You've already talked this guy in your head. You've already talked this guy to the car, and you said, "Hey, bro, you got to turn around. You know what I got to do."
But
instead of putting the motherfucker on the ground immediately because of the call for guns, instead of putting him on the ground immediately, putting him in cuffs, then making sure that he doesn't have any.
But that could happen with a stranger too. It's all situational. It's all now. If the gun's sitting there, if we roll in, the gun's sitting there on the counter where he's standing or whatever it is. Again, no, I'm not going to be. Hey, it's man, get away from the gun, get away from the gun, get away from the gun.
I'm just gonna lean really hard.
You've got to compare it. Is yeah. Am I going to arrest the guy for the same charges that my best friend? Am I going to arrest him for the same charges that I would arrest the other guy?
I'm not asking about the arrest. Right. I'm asking about the treatment. How you get him from point A to point B.
His actions are going to dictate that. His actions are going to dictate that.
All things being equal, you're going to treat him different. Don't lie to me.
I'm going home.
Don't lie to me. You're going to treat him different. All things being equal.
All things being equal.
All things being equal.
I'm going home.
I'm gonna still lean hard on my ex to doubt.
You can't, but I made a promise to my family. I'm going home every night.
Mm-hmm. No matter what, all things being equal, all things being equal, you'll treat him different. You'll treat him different. If you can't admit that, that's a problem. If you can't admit that you're going to treat your friend different, you're going to roll in there. You're going to do a different tactic. You've got tactics in your head, right? I could roll in there with my gun out, or I could roll in there being like, "Hey Bob, come on out. I don't want to hurt you."
You're right. You're exactly right.
You're going to treat him different. Just say, "Yeah, I'll treat him different."
No, but you're saying him. I'm looking at not the person. I'm looking at the situation.
The person
because
is part of the situation.
Because the situations that rolled in, I've rolled into houses. I've rolled into houses where I've known the person because I knew him from the jail, and I didn't treat him any differently. And he would yell at me, threaten to kill my whole family. Okay, I know that's jail talk. I've gone into the situation. I was able to talk him out because he knew me and everything else. So I want to de-escalate every situation that I go into. I never, ever want to pull my gun and shoot it ever in my entire career. If I go for another 25 years, I never want to do that. But if I have to do it, and I don't care if it's my best friend or my worst enemy, I'm going to do it because I'm going home at night.
All right. We'll agree to disagree.
And who's going to
press X to doubt?
There is no sound right now.
See that this gentleman right here is a. Oh yeah, by the way, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. Hit that like and subscribe button. Now, also, please pay attention in the sidebar. If it looks like my audio is down or whatever, please tell me no sound, make a scene because I'm still having some audio issues. But let me go ahead and give you the rundown.
It's amazing how he hides his head behind that big black dick of a microphone so often.
This individual right here is a sheriff deputy. That means that he is the servant or agent under vicarious liability theory. For all.
Whoa.
Why is he talking about vicarious liability?
Because he is a PI attorney, and so if in the PI world, if Bob works for Bill, Bob is driving Bill's vehicle on Bill's business. Bill has money because Bill can afford to hire Bob. You want to sue Bill, not Bob, because Bill has the money.
Bill has the money, right?
So Bob gets in an accident. As the attorney, as the PI attorney, you're saying, I want to sue the guy with the money. I want to sue the guy who's gonna pay me. And so you say there's, generally speaking, there's vicarious liability if an agent is acting at the behest of the master. If an employee is working for the employer, if he's about the employer's business, then the employer is responsible for the negligent acts of the employee. And so that's what he's talking about. Now that's it. It gets entirely fucking different when you're dealing with government employees. Entirely different. Then you have the Government Claims Act, the Government Tort Claims Act of whatever your state has promulgated, or the Federal Tort Claims Act. You've got various other provisions that come into play. For example, while you can sue a city under Monell liability, you can't sue a state. So, because specifically respondeat superior, which is what he's talking about, doesn't allow 1983 doesn't allow you to sue for respondeat superior except under the cities under the theory of Monell liability. But he's just, these are words and concepts that make sense to him in his PI brain that come out because he defaults to want to talking about what he knows about or has some idea about.
All intents and purposes, he is the sheriff. And so there's only one sheriff, however. So when you call deputies sheriffs, you're actually wrong. So when you see those vehicles that say sheriffs, you say, hey, there's the sheriff. No, that's actually a deputy. But for all intents and purposes, he's acting on behalf of his master, the sheriff. And we have a low-level municipal city cop chasing him saying, how dare you talk to my chief like that, right? So you can see that with your own eyes. Now I'm going to go ahead and play the rest.
Here's a real stupid question, and you can tell me how dumb and wrong I am, Mr. Taylor. That video that we started playing at the beginning, the low level, the bottom of the barrel, the lowest of the low, the worm of the cop world, city police officer, activated his lights and sirens and pulled over a sheriff. And that sheriff pulled over. Would that indicate to you that that sheriff recognized that he was under the jurisdiction of that city police officer at that point?
I agree. No, I would agree with that. He recognized that he had was being pulled over because he broke some sort of law.
And so he respected the display of authority of that city police officer and pulled over, and he could have been issued a ticket, correct?
He could have been, yes.
Yeah, and the department may have paid it for him if he was about the department's business.
Or there could be some sort of, there could be some sort of statute. There could be some sort of local agreement that in an emergency situation, which he was going to, if he's going to a call out, that's an emergency situation. He's acting as if his lights were on. I don't know. Again, because if you notice, as soon as he said he was going to that, the local cop said, "Oh, okay, cool, man, go." You know, he didn't say those words, but he was like, "Okay, you're going to that. No big. Yeah, let me get in my car and go. And let's find out what else is going on," because he understood that this is not it wasn't 2:00 in the morning and he was just driving through because, man, I just want to get home earlier.
Do you think the sheriff had to? Do you think that situation where the bail bondsman was trying to effectuate an arrest, do you think that's a situation that required a sheriff to be present, the actual sheriff himself to be present?
If he's going out to a call out, most of the time, a lot of times, I would say in that situation, you could see the sheriff or at least the chief deputy going to the call out.
But is there some sort of emergency? Do you think that the lieutenants or captains or whoever that were under the sheriff who were present at that scene, do you think they were incompetent or otherwise unable to?
It may be one of those things where he's just wanting to know what's going on. Just, I'm gonna sit back and watch, and want to get a briefing. Maybe he's gonna put out.
I'm still trying to process what the fucking emergency was that made this sheriff speed and think that was somehow cool.
I think, again, it goes back to that backstory of, for some reason, the bail bondsman had to execute this bond or had to have police there because this guy, he believes this guy that they're doing this may have guns. So I don't know if
the call again was had guns.
Had guns. I thought it said believe, and I apologize if he does say he had guns. So you've got a felon held up not wanting to leave, and you have guns. My problem is not with the sheriff; it's with the bail bondsman. Why did you call? Because if you're not
the bail bondsman, because the bail bondsman doesn't have the power. All he can do is ask, and there's never any harm in asking. It's the sheriff that fucking jumped. That's what has me wondering. The sheriff fucking, yes sir, and fucking got a SWAT team out there and was hell for high water trying to blaze through that town to get to the scene. Who's fucking paying who?
I agree with you 100%. There's something there. I want to know the whole backstory of why they had to call out the SWAT team for this bail bondsman.
I do too.
Because that's not something we would do. That's why probably Lexington police were like, why would we come help you execute a bond or go pick up someone? Well, he has guns. Oh man, good luck. Maybe you don't. Maybe you want to wait till you see him not at his house or whatever.
Maybe you want to be a little more careful about who the fuck you bond out.
That too. I mean, how you understand you want some money, and that's how you make money bonding people out. But maybe you should have said no on this one.
Yeah. All right, let's get going into it.
Rest of this, I didn't play the very beginning. It's a journalist talking about the event that went down. I did include the link in the description of the video so you can follow. Again, most of the people on my channel have probably already seen this interaction. I'm not presenting this video to try to get a bunch of likes and shares for rehashing an old story. I'm doing this to sort of show you the jurisdictional differences between the two agencies and how they respond and how they act.
Well, when the fuck is he going to talk about the jurisdictional differences
and the historical significance?
Because we're 14 minutes in and he hasn't said shit about the law.
Behind what they do, because I think it's a really teachable moment that nobody has really taken advantage of to educate. They just used it to try to show, hey, look, a bunch of cops are fighting. But I think this is a really great opportunity to teach you guys a lot more. Hold on one second. Let me just take a look in the sidebar, because unlike most people who just do videos, I like to do lives and engage my audience, because I think that's super important. Because sometimes you got
wow, Mikey, you figure out how to do a live. You want to engage your sidebar. Douche.
I don't like this guy. He's a little long-winded for me. Get to the point, man.
Well, I've done 3, 4, 5 hour live streams. It's been brought to my attention, by the way, that Springer lost in his lawsuit against the 7th Judicial District Court of New Mexico. So I'm not covering that today. I might cover it tomorrow.
Guys give me some really cool information that helps me become a better lawyer. So let me just.
I know if a first-year family law attorney had been saying, well, his attorneys fucking screwed the pooch, so they lost regardless of whether or not. If I hadn't called it when the judge issued the order to show cause, if I hadn't called it then and said that he had lost, if I hadn't said like from the get-go that the complaint failed to state a cause of action and the judicial immunity was going to come into play, if I hadn't said all these things and been motherfucking right the entire time, then I'd be shocked. But I am really not that fucking shocked.
I've got to say this before you go on. I've got to say this one thing. You have altered the way I speak, because I've stopped saying LY words, because when I'm about to, all I hear in the back of my mind is clearly.
Yes,
You
absolutely.
Stop. I have stopped doing that.
Well,
Thank
good.
you.
I'm glad I'm having an impact.
All right, Rick, that sounds good. Sound, no sound, sound now. Good to go. All right, and then Mama Lion, good to go. Yeah, the video is kind of old. Easy. Hey, Kevin, good seeing you, buddy. So it looks like I've got about 11 new contributing members who have subscribed to my channel as paying members, and I'm really stoked. And I told my kids and showed them, and they were just blown away. They couldn't believe it. Like, to them, $4.
11 paying members at $4 each. That's $44 a month. Like, how hard up is this motherfucker for money that he's like super stoked over 11 new paying members?
That's a lot of money, though.
If, to put it in context, if you have made 150 million in settlements, which means that if you get anywhere between a third and a half, which was probably somewhere in the range he's getting, we'll go the low one, we'll say a third, that's $50 million. $44 is a rounding error to 50 million.
A month is a lot of money. And yeah, hey man, more power to him. But I just thought it was. I just wanted to share that with you guys. How cool that is. Now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and play the rest of this video for you.
Okay, this is my county too.
Sheriff Amison tries to step in.
Sheriff, you need to back up out of my face, sir. You have no right. Tell me what. You're not gonna get my sheriff's face. You told me.
The sheriff threatens to arrest the officer, and Chief Johnson pulls his officer away.
Oh yeah, perfectly clear.
Well, the sheriff's off.
Yeah. So, so hopefully you guys kind of understood what was going on. We got the two dudes wearing the cowboy hats, but the guy who backed off was the municipal cop, the municipal chief of police, because he's not stupid. He knows the sheriff is the elected representative of that county, and as such, he's the chief law enforcement officer. Now,
Or, and you could tell me if I'm wrong, Mr. Taylor, or the chief of police knew that the sheriff had jurisdiction to do what the sheriff was doing, and the sheriff wasn't committing any crimes for which the chief of police could have the sheriff arrested. And so not having any legal recourse, and he didn't even ask. He just asked, like, I want to be notified of what's going on. So there was nothing he could have done, nothing he should have done. And the only thing that he was asking for, as relates to the entire scene, not to putting hands on anybody, but the only thing he was asking for is he was asking for the sheriff to notify him of any major operations in the area. Am I misinterpreting it?
You hit it right on the head. That's exactly what that is. And again, this was handled by both officials wrong. A simple phone call would have made this a non-thing. Hey, we got a call about a guy that's got guns in his house. We're going to execute a warrant on him at such and such address. We're staging here, letting you know.
Right.
Chief of police goes, cool, man. Thanks. I have a couple of guys that are on SWAT or whatever it is, or trained that way. Do you need backup? You invite you in, clear the streets. How can we help? Don't need you to do anything. Y'all guys are clear. Don't want y'all involved in it. Cool. Thank you very much. And then the chief of police is like, cool. If something bad does happen, he's clean. He's like, cool. That was a county operation. Our guys had nothing to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
And Ronan, you've got it right. A courteous call. Hey, I'm coming through. Boom. Thank you. Hey, don't stop the minivan. It's got the sheriff in it. He's on the way to do whatever it needs to be done. Cool. That's all. The second phone call. Change.
The second part of Ronan's point was, and
not drive
like an idiot.
Right. And you're right. This guy. I don't know why. And I don't know why he's doing. I don't know why he's doing 85 and a 55. How much? If his guys are already staged when he get there, how much are you getting there? Like you said earlier, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes late. How much is that really a matter? This isn't a life or death. This isn't a hostage call. This isn't something along that lines. So, and again, activate your woo-woos and your wee-woos and all that other fun stuff. And I'm sure as a sheriff, he's done that enough times to where he doesn't give him a hard on anymore.
there are times when the sheriff may be undermanned and they'll deputize city cops, and that'll give them additional authority to act as sheriffs. But other than that, municipal police are going to be restricted to their municipality. And typically they can still be called for an assist and whatnot. But like the problem BZ Watchdog is running into, and I'm trying to help him with.
I believe I noted specifically there is a specific list of instances where a city police officer or any police officer or any deputy or sheriff can enforce laws outside of their territorial jurisdiction in the state of Oklahoma. It's not just if you're deputized. It is a specific list. Really? You got to come over here and do it, bro?
Is that the sheriff's deputies are responsible for their jurisdictional area, to enforce their jurisdictional area. And post office, for example, that's a federal enclave. That is federal land. So when
Again, citation needed, and I already showed that the federal government may not, at its election, have exclusive jurisdiction or any jurisdiction over a post office.
an officer from a local municipality or even a sheriff comes onto a federal enclave and they cite you for trespass, in my opinion, as a lawyer with well over almost 2 decades of experience licensed as an attorney, and well over that as a paralegal and law clerk, there's no way. What you've got here is you've got the.
There's no way what you've got here. Mr. Taylor, you said that you have enforced laws in a post office, state laws.
Yes, sir.
Have you made arrest for those?
We did not. They left.
They left? Okay. Well, unless the federal government has decided to exert its jurisdiction over it, then sole jurisdiction, exclusive jurisdiction, then state law can still be enforced. That's what the statutes say. So there you go.
You've got a jurisdictional problem because in order for the local police or sheriff.
What kind of jurisdiction are we talking about, Mr. Ehline? Are we talking about territorial jurisdiction problem? Or are we talking about a what statute are they enforcing? What kind of jurisdiction are we talking about?
To enforce a law on a federal.
Well, let me give you an example of that.
Give me an example.
We here recently we had a city chasing a bad guy felon come through on the interstate of our town. So it's literally city, town, state line, Texas state line. So we get into high speed pursuit with them. Leave our jurisdiction because we didn't go into the state of Texas. Finally get the bad guy, pulls over, stops. Everybody get out of the car, blah, 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 blah. Lays down. At that point, the Texas city and then the Texas county show up. They actually make the arrest. Okay? They book him into their jail under whatever, because he's going to have local charges anyway. And then we just wait for him to get out. But the jurisdiction didn't end because we can pursue felons across jurisdictional lines because the common good is there. In other words, you can't sit there and go, oh, well, I got to the state line and I stopped because this guy is an axe murderer and I couldn't go any further. And then he gets out and he kills 5 people. Guess what? Those 5 people are going to sue everybody. So the jurisdiction doesn't end there because we're acting as a felony. Now, if it's a misdemeanor, you're going into a gray area that you don't want to get into. But you're actually in pursuit of a known felon or someone who has committed a felon in front of a law enforcement officer who witnessed the felon. Jurisdiction really doesn't apply.
I think jurisdiction does apply. And that's why you have things like in response to a request for assistance.
You're getting assistance from all the other things, and the actual where they end up is makes the initial arrest.
But the number 2 for Oklahoma specifically, upon the prior consent of the head of a state law enforcement agency or sheriff or chief of police in whose investigatory or territorial jurisdiction the exercise of the power occurs. So, i.e., if the state of Texas has an agreement with the state of Oklahoma, or if the sheriff of the county bordering Oklahoma, the Texas county bordering Oklahoma, has an agreement with the county of Oklahoma or the city or the city of Oklahoma that someone is anyway, if there's a prior agreement in place, which a lot of times there are going to be because states aren't stupid, right? The people who make the laws and the people who enforce the laws realized just as quickly or quicker than the criminals did that, gee, if I can't chase this guy across state lines, what the fuck is this guy going to do? He's going to go hell-bent for leather to get across state lines, right, turn around and flip me off, right?
Right.
So I'm going to talk to Texas, and I'm going to be like, hey, Texas, how about you let me chase my fleeing suspects across state lines, and we'll let your guys arrest them, but you let me keep chasing them, and then we'll deal with how they get transported across state lines back. And in exchange, I'll let you do the same thing.
Right. And a lot of times you can just do that over the radio. Dispatch can do that. Contact the next city, contact the next parish. We're coming in there, get their deputies ready. And they're like, okay, cool. contact our next one next to us is I believe it's Harrison County, Texas. Contact Harrison County. We've got a bad guy. We had one the other day was heading towards us, and we were notified towards our town. Hey, it's coming in on this street. We're help us. And we're like, yeah, we're right there. We're ready to go. So I wouldn't say written or anything like that, because over the radio it could happen that quickly.
It doesn't. Nothing in, for example, the Oklahoma statutes requires it to be written. It just says prior consent.
Yeah, prior. Like I said, that prior consent usually happening right there on the radio on the spot. So, and that, like I said, that happened earlier with that chase. Hey, let Harrison County know. Let Wascom PD know. Let them know that we're in this pursuit, and okay, yeah, they're ready. They'll meet us there, whatever it is.
I would assume it had that's why I think real world is an important kind of balance to the law. If you're reading a law and you think that it's going to be something that's so easily taken care of, just remember, you're not the first person to think about it. There's going to be hundreds or thousands of criminals who thought the same thing. And there have been real world situations or real world plans put into place for these kinds of things. So cops aren't going to be like, oh shit, he crossed the state line. You got to temper all of this shit with like, well, real world exists. Right. So what would happen in the real world?
Real world is we're going to dispatch the next county or next state over, and they're going to be ready for them too.
Yeah.
Because in order for the local police or sheriff to enforce a law on a federal property, they have to have some kind of training, and they have to have some kind of a contract. Because what's going to happen, though, if you...
I don't know where he's getting this from. Like, he's just pulling this out of his ass.
I like that. I like that. You're in the post office and you won't leave, and they told you to leave. I can't arrest you because I haven't gone through Glencoe and become a federal marshal of some sort of to do trespassing laws, because I don't know how to do trespassing laws. That's insane.
You wouldn't probably be enforcing federal law.
Exactly, but
enforcing state law.
But that's what he said. He said some sort of federal training. It's like, I don't need federal training to enforce state law. I don't need federal training to trespass someone because they're on the post office.
And one thing you might notice that Ehline isn't showing is a statute that says in order for a state law enforcement agent to enforce state law in a specific area that the federal government does not have exclusive jurisdiction over, they need a contract. He's not showing you that. This is just him masturbating in front of a big black dick-shaped camera, and that's it. You're just getting his shitty hot takes. No thought was put behind it. Like, compare and contrast what Ehline does with what I did at the beginning of the stream. I had Oklahoma statutes ready to go, showing exactly what the difference is between police officers and police chiefs and sheriffs deputies were, explaining how they can enforce laws in other jurisdictions. I had a federal statute that said that the federal government, just because it takes over a piece of property, does not have to exert jurisdiction over it as far as enforcement of criminal laws. I don't just tell you this shit. I have shown it to you. And there's a complete lack of that with Ehline. He shows a video and then he jerks off into the camera for about 20 minutes while talking about OTVO.
If the city starts making a bunch of assists for the county, they're going to incur costs and expenses. They got to justify that to the city council.
And he switches over from federal to the city. He's going back to this other video that he did where the city of Spokane Valley had executed an agreement with the county of Spokane for the county to perform all of the policing functions in the city. But again, that is because when the city of Spokane Valley incorporated, it took over the responsibility, not the ability to enforce laws, but the responsibility for law enforcement in that area. So the sheriff still could enforce laws in the city of Spokane Valley, but the city of Spokane Valley was responsible for the enforcement of laws within its territorial limits. So it entered a contract with the county, with the sheriff, that the sheriff would enforce the laws, would be responsible for enforcing the laws within the territorial city limits. And in exchange, the sheriff was getting compensated by the city, because normally those tax revenues for the areas that the sheriff is responsible for go to the county, but now they're at least in part going to the city.
And that happens, I don't say all the time, but that's happened here in Louisiana. The city wasn't able to provide the service, so they contracted it out to the sheriff's office, because the sheriff's office was able to do it, and they pay them probably. It was cheaper to pay the sheriff's office than to hire more officers or hire any officers. So they just pay the sheriff's office. They're getting whatever that done. It doesn't matter, because the jurisdiction is still inside the city. They just now have to, sit there and do whatever it is.
There's also other considerations. You don't have to worry about liability for the actions of the police officers if it's the sheriff enforcing it. The county's picking up the liability. The county's paying for that insurance or what have you. So
exactly. Paying for the equipment, paying for all that other stuff. Yeah,
paying for the equipment too. Yeah,
that all falls under the sheriff now, because they don't have to do it. Again, their budget may have only been $100,000, and they're paying the sheriff's office $75,000 to do whatever needs to be done.
Right. That's why they do it. There's nothing that Ehline has presented that says that in order to enforce laws in the city of Spokane Valley, the sheriff had to execute this agreement. It was this, instead of it giving them the ability to, it made it kind of mandatory, contractually speaking, for them to assume the responsibility. That's the difference.
The mayor and all this stuff. So there's a lot that goes on that people don't think about. Most people don't get it. So there's a lot going on. So when
most people don't get it. Ehline is apparently most people.
Got these local yahoos coming into the post office doing this, and they don't have any kind of an interagency agreement. They don't even have training to enforce federal law, and they're citing someone for trespass.
State police don't enforce federal law. They don't enforce federal law.
I like that. I gotta have federal training to enforce trespassing.
Trespassing with a local citation, that is not, in my professional opinion, a valid citation. You can't go on federal property and cite someone for violating a local trespass ordinance. And
citation fucking needed.
Would say that's probably why people get arrested for that.
Take it to court. If put your money where your mouth is and say, if you've gotten this ticket, if you go get this ticket after this, I'll represent you in court and we'll get it thrown out because of this. Put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah. That would be the easy. And then, you know what? Show us the dismissal. Show us the proof. Show us the charging document and the proof, and all of a sudden you're good to go. Have Chili go into a post office and make such a complete ass out of himself that the local police come, if he makes them arrest him for trespass, if he says, no, I'm not fucking leaving, you got to arrest me, pig.
Cool. You've now changed the law in all 50 states, because now you've made it mandatory that you can go trespass and you can go to a post office, and if local police show up, you can stay there until the federal marshals, whatever alphabet soup agency wants to show up, set agents there to take you out of there.
Probably be the postal inspectors.
Yeah, your postal. Yeah, you got to be the postal inspector to kick them out, man. Ehline, I triple dog dare you.
You got triple dog dared, motherfucker.
Filing deputy juggling with those charges for months, trying to figure out what the hell they're going to do, and ultimately they're going to get thrown out. At least that's been my experience in the past in California.
My experience in the past, I call bullshit. I'm pressing X'd out. You have no fucking experience on that. Show me the proof. Show me anything, motherfucker. Anything to show that you have experience in that specific area.
So let me just take a look over in the sidebar. I'm going to do a slideshow here in a minute to kind of reinforce the differences between municipal police, the history of municipal police. I know that there are some misconceptions that municipal police in the U.S. were created to round up slaves, and that's not really true. It could be deemed partially true if you're a real historian, but we'll get into everything in a minute.
Have you ever heard of that the police were formed to capture slaves?
There were jails and police before there were slaves over here. I guess he's never read about history of Massachusetts and places like that where they had a police, they had jails, and they had all that stuff, and they were using before they had slaves.
Or in England,
Or in
where
England,
they
or
have
anywhere else
police
they've ever had
and they've
police.
never had slavery.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's a new one.
Have you ever rounded up any slaves to be returned to their masters?
No, and I never will.
Is it your understanding that slavery has been illegal in the United States for the past 60 years, roughly?
I believe it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah. So the
I
odds
mean,
of
I
you
think
ever
there was
having
a
to
I think there was a
catch-
war. I think there was a war in the 1860s or something like that. That some laws were passed and.
Well, yeah, laws were passed, but they were independent of the war. Slavery was.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it was. I mean, there was a whole thing done. There was like, I believe that happened in the 1860s. I'm not sure.
Somewhere around there, the old 13th Amendment was passed.
Yeah.
So would you? Is it your belief that the likelihood you would be tasked with rounding up escaped slaves is somewhere in the slim to none range?
I would put the odds around negative 8.7 trillion.
I don't know how you calculate those odds, but I'm just going to smile and nod and let's move along.
Municipal police are basically there to protect the government and protect the politicians. They have no duty to protect individuals, and they never have. And that's why the Supreme Court keeps saying that. And that's why the only people who made it out of the Rodney King riot somewhat okay.
Okay. All right. So let me ask you, as a real world, do you believe that as part of your job, your duties are to, generally speaking, protect the public from criminals?
That is correct.
Okay.
Enforce laws and make sure that the bad guys don't harm the good guys.
So if you see a mugger with a gun to someone's head, you're going to take steps to try to protect the person who has the gun to their head from the mugger.
Correct.
Right. So what Ehline doesn't seem to understand is that the duty that the Supreme Court talks about in cases like Gonzalez versus Castle Rock and similar cases is a duty in the sense of a tort. Torts, generally speaking, for negligence require that you show duty. You have a duty to someone for that thing. A breach of that duty, causation, i.e. your breach of duty caused damages, and then damages. Those are the four basic elements of a tort. And what people want to do is they want to say, I called the police for this specific whatever. I called the police because someone was breaking into my house, and the police didn't get there in time to prevent the person from breaking into my house. I can't sue that person, so I'm going to sue the police for failing to protect me. And what the Supreme Court has held is that there is no duty, as in you can get sued for this under the 14th Amendment, under any form of the Constitution. The police don't have a duty under the Constitution that you could sue them over and recover monetary damages. Does that mean that a state can't create a duty to that the police have a duty to protect you? No. Does it mean that the state can't create a duty that would even allow you to sue the police if they failed to protect you? No. The state can do that, but there's nothing under the Constitution that makes it so that you could sue a police officer or a police department for failing to protect you. Now, the calculus does change when you get into once the police have someone in their custody, then the police have a duty under the Constitution, the 8th Amendment, to protect you, to prevent you from getting hurt. That's why they have all the extreme care, and they guide your head into the door, because if they let your head bounce off it, you could sue them for failing to take care of you. If you have some sort of a medical condition while you're in their custody, they have to respond to that and take you to get treatment, diagnosis, whatever. And it also does not mean, I just want to make it very clear, it also does not mean that a city can't have a policy that their police officers are to protect the citizens. It just, all it means, all the Supreme Court has said is that under the Constitution, there is no duty under the Constitution that allows you to sue the police for money damages if they fail to protect you. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. And you go back to we have the 3 C's in law enforcement: care, custody, and control. When you have somebody in your custody, you have to care for them. You have to take care of their basic needs. You have to take care. You can't just sit there, put somebody in the back of your car for 10 hours while you go do something else and never check on them. You can't do these other things. You have to, like I said, you have to guide their head. When you're escorting them, if you've taken them out and you've arrested them on the side of the highway, you want to make sure that they don't get hit by a car, or B, don't fall into the ditch, because if they fall, whatever it is, you now have things that you want to help you. I'm going to walk you. You're going to escort them where they need to be. You don't just handcuff them and let them go off and do what you need to do. And, we've seen it, like you said, somebody broke into my house. Oh, well, okay. Why weren't you there? Because I may have been over here doing something else with somebody else's house, or I was patrolling your neighborhood and they just looked at me as I drove by and waited for me to get out of there. Then they decided to break into your house. Whatever is going on, there's the duty. I said duty. The duty of us is, once we have the bad guy in custody, take care of them once they are in custody.
So I think that's pretty clear. The duty that Michael Ehline is talking about, he doesn't understand, unfortunately.
Okay, with the Korean shopkeepers who were armed with standard capacity semi-automatic long arms, or AR-15s, if you want to call them that, or AKMS clones. But the bottom line is, those are the only people who made it out okay, because the police stood around and didn't do anything. Now, you just look in the sidebar, say hello to everybody.
They just stood around, didn't do anything, just not at all.
During the Watts riots, I think he's talking about, or the
I thought he was talking about the Rodney King riots.
Rodney King riots. Well, I don't know if the police didn't do anything. I'll bet you they arrested a bunch of people, but if the police get overwhelmed, then the police are going to protect themselves and go home. Here's a dumb question for you. Chili complains that an officer was holding up his arm, and the officer told him it was to keep Chili from falling. But Chili thought it was just so that the officer could squeeze his ulnar nerve. Do you normally maintain physical contact with someone that you have in cuffs?
In a situation he was in which he was verbally resisting, and to me he physically resisted also. Okay. And that whole, I didn't buy that whole, I'm an MMA instructor and I naturally swung out. It doesn't matter. You took a swing at me, you're gonna eat that charge, or at least I'm gonna charge you with it. But I'm gonna hold on to them while they're like that. Yes, I'm just gonna hold them. I don't need to, if they keep rising up. No, I want you in a certain position. So when we are searching you, I can search you without myself being hurt, without you being hurt, without my partner being hurt. It's easy. Is it uncomfortable? Well, yeah, it's uncomfortable. But you're at that position where you've already physically and verbally resisted. We went from a 1 to a 5. Now we're at a 10. Certain things are gonna happen that way. So as far as I always try to, even if I have anybody in handcuffs, even if they're not resistant, I'm gonna hold on to them, just for the simple fact is they may get rabid, they may something pop in their mind or whatever it is, I don't know if you've seen, you probably haven't seen the videos. There's literally videos of police on the side of the road talking to somebody and they get hit by somebody else because the other person's not paying attention or whatever it is. If I got you, I may be able to save your life. I may be able to move you out of the way where you don't get hurt. Or if something else happens, something else pops off, I can do something with you to protect you, if that makes sense. It's not always about control. I'm saying it's about control, but it's not always about something bad. A lot of times it's just I'm just going to hold on to you because I may need to do something with you.
So that was a long-winded way of saying that, yes, you do maintain contact with someone.
I apologize. Yes, I am as much as I possibly can going to maintain contact with that person. Yes. If it's just holding them, if it's holding them by their shirt, holding their arm, or whatever it is, yes, I am going to maintain contact with them.
And part of the reason for that, maybe not the entire reason, but part of the reason for that is to protect that person.
Correct.
And part of that is in case the person trips and falls, they can't put their hands out in front of themselves. So you're protecting them from tripping and falling.
I'm
Part of it.
Yes, part of it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, Mama Lion OTVO. You know what? Make sure to smash and hit that like and subscribe button. That like and subscribe button. And let's also give a bunch of ones for Chili to free Chili. And please, everybody, go to the Delete Laws channel and watch the video that I did the other day exposing the corruption in the Nevada Citizens Review Board, where they were allegedly created because IA was so biased towards the Las Vegas PD that they had to create a Citizens Review Board. And then that Citizens Review Board is basically rubber stamping everything from IA, but they get a lot of tax money. So, $80,000 bloated salaries for doing it.
So that's kind of weird. So there were allegations that IA wasn't being hard enough on the cops. So Nevada said, cool. All right. We're going to have independent, like a citizens review board. And we're going to let these citizens review what the IA did. And now these citizens are saying, well, yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, the IA was correct. Yeah. The IA was correct. So instead of that affirming that IA was making essentially correct decisions, instead of that, what that now means is that this independent citizens review board is also corrupt. It can't be that they weren't corrupt and they looked at it and they're like, there's nothing to really fucking go on here. It seems like IA is doing their job. No, it's got to be corruption. That's kind of fucking weird, isn't it?
It is, but I have a question for you. A dumb question. You can call me an idiot. Would you want
Trust
an
me,
independent?
I would if I needed to.
Would you want an independent board reviewing bar review complaints and they've never been trained in how law is?
No, I'm not. I want to be very clear that I think the average person is a fucking moron. Just remember the old George Carlin joke, just remember, the average person is fucking stupid and half of the population is even dumber.
Right.
You don't get to control who goes on these boards. They don't necessarily have any training. And unlike Ehline, I'm smart enough to know that I don't know what I don't know, which is why I have you here. A lot of times these like citizens see something and they don't know how to put it in context because they've never been in that situation. They don't know how you're supposed to act. Like, I don't want to get into a whole big thing about the Derek Chauvin thing and the George Floyd.
Right.
But it is my understanding that what he did was essentially within the policy handbook for how to deal with these situations. And you get a bunch of people who don't know why those policies are in place. So I've had a long and illustrious career as a supervisor, etc., for various things. And I've when you go into a new position and you walk out onto the loading dock and you're like, why are they doing it this way? I think it'd be better to do it this way. When I first became a supervisor and I first thought I was smarter than everybody fucking else, I would be like, let's fucking change everything. Let's do it this way. It'll be so much better. And it turns into a huge fucking disaster. And then all of a sudden you start realizing why they were doing it the way they were doing it. And just because it doesn't make sense to you doesn't mean that there's not a really fucking good reason for them to do it that way. And I'm talking about something as basic as loading and unloading LTL trucks. There's probably a fucking reason why they're doing it that way instead of some other way. And when you get into something more complex, like how do you control someone who you've arrested? Or how do you deal with someone who's high on drugs that you've arrested? Or how do you deal with making an arrest in the first place or understanding the law? It's complicated. And so yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think I agree with you that it's not a good idea to have untrained persons sitting on a review board. I think you would be much better served with having a review board that was made up of persons like, I don't know how exactly Nevada does it, if they have their IA as like a county position or a city position. But if you have someone from a different agency, like if you have someone from one county come in and review the work of someone in another county, I think that would be a better form of review, because then you have someone who knows what the fuck they're doing, what the fuck they're looking for, looking at an independent. Because, for example,
I agree with that. And I didn't mean to cut you off, and I apologize. If the state troopers, if there's an officer involved shooting up here, the state troopers take over, unless, of course, state troopers involved, but the state troopers take over the investigation.
So, for example,
you don't have an IA going after somebody else. It's an outside agency coming in.
I'm representing someone who works in a courthouse in a civil harassment restraining order issue. That person, because they work at the courthouse, you have to file it in that courthouse because that's the county that has jurisdiction over it. But that county sent it to another county who they have an agreement with, so that a judge in a different county is going to hear the case to remove any of that whole specter of
favoritism.
Sure. But I got lost. My mind went back to our conversation earlier where you were telling me that people in IA would sit and eat with other cops. People who they are, in theory, going to investigate or may investigate. Doesn't that now that we're talking about this again, it may be a different light. Doesn't that seem to be, I don't know, a little questionable? Can you understand why an average person would be like, hey, maybe IA should be separate from the cops so that they don't develop any favoritism?
Well, I can see where they could see maybe the word favoritism like that. But again, most of the time you don't know. And I'm going to answer Michelle's question real quick. No, I've never shot a dog. I've known of only one police officer that did, and it was a pit bull that was charging at him during a raid on a house. So it was one of those things. Mine, the pit bull was specifically designed to protect the house. So anybody that came forward, it would charge and try to bite. So that's it. And I had an incident with the pit bull the other day. I pulled my taser on it, and it kept coming towards me. And I don't know what distracted it, but finally got away. I'd tase it, because if the pit bull grabs a hold of you, you're done. But it's talk about the favoritism, and you're having lunch with them. You still are a human. You still got to eat. So if you just have IA eating with IA, not everybody retires out of IA. So what happens when they go back to the fold? They go on to patrol. They go back to being a detective. They go to narcotics or whatever it is. You don't want that.
Don't you think that would also be a problem? Because now they've had years, maybe decades of building relationships with other people in IA, and then they do something that now IA is going to investigate them on. Don't you think that would also be like, I mean, there's conflict here.
These cases aren't in a vacuum. It's not like Michael's doing MERB and nobody else sees what I do. You have other IA people that review it. You have a sergeant that reviews it. You have a lieutenant that reviews it. You have a captain that reviews it, and ultimately you may have either the chief of police or a chief of police or the chief of that department or the chief of that area, and then the sheriff review it. These are not just things that are just happened overnight. I mean, it's not like that's it. That's my file. I didn't find it. Nobody sees it, and I can file it away. And hey, I was able to cover that up for you.
That's swell. But don't you think there would be less opportunity for someone to object to it on the basis of potential conflict if the reviewing agency was entirely shielded or separate from the officers that it was investigating?
Again, no, because those officers are going to come back out of IA. Again, most don't retire out of it.
I understand.
I understand what you're saying.
I understand the way it is. I'm talking about hypothetical. I understand the way it is, but wouldn't it be better for the perception of the public if IA was completely distinct from the police? And so they have no contact with the police other than investigating them. Like I don't have contact with cops unless the cops are investigating me. I don't go out to eat with the cops. I don't hang out with them. I don't have bumper stickers on my car, yada yada. There's no favor. I'm not going to get any favoritism from cops because I don't have that connection with them. Don't you think it's better from a perception point of view if the level of interaction between cops and IA is roughly the same as the interaction between John Q. Public and cops?
I see what you're okay. I see what you're saying. Now, perception wise, yes. Okay, perception wise, yes. Practicality, though, no.
Well, I think it'd be entirely practical. You have separate state police that can function completely outside of your city police. Why can't you have a separate IA that functions completely outside? So
you're saying, like, once you move over to IA, you're just, man, what happened to Michael? He went to IA. I ain't heard from him in years.
No, I'm saying that IA and the police are totally separate. I.e., police don't go over to BIA. You get hired to BIA from like
just IA. Okay. So you're just saying a completely different.
This is my job. I am Billy Bob, the IA guy, from now till the day I retire.
Okay. What? I guess so. What if you become friends with one? You just become friends with them outside.
You have to get recused. What happens? What happens if a cop becomes friends with a known criminal?
Most the law enforcement agencies have policies that forbid that, unless
policy that forbids it. Right there, IA policy
that forbids you from being friends with IA. If you're friend, so man, Merv, come on over. Man, I can't come over anymore. Ah, shit, he's in IA now. Done with Merv. And then 5 years later, you come knocking on the door. Hey, it's time for dinner. Oh, you're out of IA. I guess you quit or whatever it is. Come on in.
Yeah. Just like if your nephew is a meth dealer. Well, I'm a cop right now, so I can't hang out with you. I can't go over to your house for dinner because you're a meth head.
Most of them exclude unless they're family members.
Nephew would be close enough.
Yeah, I'd be close enough. No, I understand what you're saying. No, I wouldn't, and you don't want to.
Right. So let's just say it's your buddy Billy Bob, the guy who's having the domestic violence that you've Eiffel Towered with when you were 18, that you've known since you were 12. You go drinking with him all the time, and then all of a sudden you become a cop. What do you have to do?
That's a real world thing that happened when I became a cop.
You had to cut it off, right?
I had to cut off some friends and some people that I knew. That it happened. It had to happen.
So why can't that happen with IA? You go into IA. I got to cut off my ties with you. I'm in IA.
Okay, all right. So you're a cop who does everything right.
Mm-hmm.
So now you have to lose a friend because he went over to IA.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I like your idea better of IA being a completely different thing. In other words, nobody from the department that you're in works there. They hire only just this company, the IA company. That's all they do. You hire for them. They run internal investigation affairs for all the police departments in the area, and that's what they do. They're an entity. That's all they do. They get hired either straight out of the academy or they hire people and put them through the academy, and that's it. And they have their own separate academy because you can't intermingle, because when you go through a post academy, you're with different law enforcement agencies, so you'd have to have your own post thing that you'd have to do. I like that better than, okay, you're promoted over to IA. We're working the beat together one day. Next thing you know, you're over in IA. Now I can't talk to you ever. We've been working the beat for the last 10 years. Because that could also go the other way. Man, I didn't like working with Merv. That dude was an asshole. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm in IA. I know he does some dirty stuff. And I'm not saying dirty stuff. I know he takes hour and 15-minute breaks. Well, you're only supposed to get an hour. So I know he's stealing 15 minutes of time. I'm going to get him. I'm going to wait 6 months, and I'm going to calculate all those extra 50 minutes or 15 minutes and say, you've stolen 47 hours of time from the sheriff's office. You're fired. And I know because we took hour and 15-minute lunches together.
Well, so we are agreed. Speaking of which, it's been 2.5 hours. I'm not saying cut this off, but I have to pee. So, do you want to play nice with the chat while I'm going pee, or do you want me to throw on a video, some music?
I'll play nice with the chat. I'll let them eviscerate me a little bit. It's okay. Yeah, I'll play nice with the chat.
Have fun for a few minutes.
Hi, chat. How are y'all? Why not make IT ATFIA? That's a good idea. Let's see. Let me answer some of these. How many criminals have I arrested in my career? I've probably got at least 100 arrests. Not a whole lot. That's 100 arrests. So over the last few years, that's quite a lot. About 25 of them, 25, 30 are going to be felonies. Do you work in Tulsa? No, I work in Louisiana. Have you ever had a soft sit? A couple. Yes, y'all are all detained. Lord, y'all are all being detained right now. Low, Laura, we're traveling. I tell you what, Logan, you show me the T on the on your car, where it says parking, neutral, reverse. You show me the T, and I'll let you say you're traveling. What can I say to a cop who's pulled me over to communicate? I have a large dog that is not civilly trained. There's a dog in the back seat. He's way back there. Don't go in the back seat of the car. Free to go or free to stay. That's right. What if an elected jailer of a county in Kentucky working for 14 top? I would call the feds in on that. I would call the feds in. What was never too soon's question? I missed it. I apologize. That's right. Driver's seat, not a passenger seat. Are the people filming hurting the others? No, but you do want to. You do want to make sure that you're not interfering in what you want to do. 21 feet safety rule is this. It is 21. If a person with a knife is within 21 feet, and they start coming towards you, you do not have time to pull your gun and shoot them. You're going to get stabbed. That's the 21-foot rule. I'm in Louisiana. So what do I think of the new 25-foot law? I like it because it does give us, not us, but it does allow us to have a buffer there. There's no reason to be within 25 feet of someone being arrested. There's no
reason ever under any circumstances.
If you're
so
clearly
we're in a nightclub. We're in a nightclub. You come in there responding to a call about someone getting a little too violent, breakdancing or whatever in the middle of the club. Packed wall to wall, hot bitches everywhere, and you decide to make an arrest to them, and you tell everybody to get back 25 feet, but it's packed. How's that work?
Well, because I'm not going to make the arrest in that type of environment.
You're going to ask the guy, please, sir, would you step outside?
I am going to use hand control techniques to get him escorted to out of the building.
That's an arrest. That's an arrest. You've just because you haven't put him into handcuffs doesn't mean that you
I've
haven't
detained.
arrested.
I've detained. I'm going to detain him until I get him outside.
That'd be a question of laws, whether or not it was an arrest or a detainment. And I would suggest to you, sir, that despite the lack of handcuffs, your decision that he is already going to the station with you means it's an arrest.
I would disagree, because I could, but if I may have you in handcuffs, I may have you in handcuffs in the back of my car and take you to the station. And while there or during the ride there, new information could come up that you're not the suspect or you're not the person I am, and then I can let you go.
Right. But I was arrested.
No, you
I
weren't
was
arrested.
arrested, and
Nope.
then I am unarrested, but
No,
I was arrested.
You weren't arrested because I didn't arrest you because I didn't write a booking sheet on you.
It's a question of law whether or not you have been arrested. It's not a question of how far you made it down the process. If you've exerted control over me with the intention of making an arrest and you've completed that, like you've effectuated it, and I am no longer free to leave, I'm arrested.
You're detained.
And it becomes more and more clear each step along the way you get. You get me into cuffs, that's more evidence that I was arrested. You get me into the car, that's more evidence that I was arrested. You get me to the station, that's more evidence that I was arrested. But it's a question for the court. The court will determine that. Not you. Your subjective intent is immaterial.
So I guess my question on that is, if I'm sitting there talking and we're having a jovial conversation, all of a sudden it becomes something else, and I sit there and I go, you have the right, before we go any further, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you. Do you understand these rights as I've just told them? Do you feel that you're now under arrest?
Well, considering that those rights don't kick in until you're arrested, those specific rights, I would say that there is an excellent argument that you are under arrest at that point. Because even though I might not be under your physical control, I have yielded to your show of authority.
Okay. So
if I get up and run at that point, I'm probably not under arrest.
You get up and run.
If I get up and run, I'm probably not under arrest because I haven't yielded to your authority and you haven't exerted your physical control over me.
All right. I'll cede that to you. So to you though, it feels like when you feel like you're under arrest. So but if you're just sitting there talking and you've ceded control, and I'm sitting there, hey, we're just standing there. All right, man, do me a favor, have a seat over at this table and stay right there for me while I talk to this other person. And you go do that. Have you ceded control to me?
I am definitely detained at that point.
Oh, but that's a lawyer answer.
And I may
have you ceded control to me?
If I go sit down, yeah.
Okay. So would you consider yourself under arrest?
That would be a great question. I probably would not under those facts. It's
okay, but you just said that if you cede control to me, you're under arrest.
Well, no. So you have read me my fucking Miranda rights, and Miranda rights don't kick in until you're arrested.
Okay.
So if you've read me my fucking rights, and I don't get up and run, I would say yes, I am arrested at that point.
Okay. But if I'm investigating we'll say a fight. We won't say domestic because that different rules apply. Where a fight between you and somebody else, and I'm trying to figure out who the aggressor is, right? I want to read you your rights, because if I don't read you your rights and you sit there and you go, yeah, that dude was just talking to me and I just punched him in the mouth. Well, then your lawyer gets me on the stand and says, what happened? Well, I walked up and I was getting his information. And then he just said, I had asked him, do you live here? I'd asked him a couple of just questions trying to figure out what was going on. And then he said, yeah, he just punched that dude in the mouth. Well, so you didn't read my lawyer, you didn't read my client his Miranda rights? You were questioning him.
Right.
Well, no, because at that point, I didn't know what was going on. I just,
Right.
hey, go over there and sit down.
Right.
And then you sat down and you seated it and you just yell out, yeah, I saw it. So you thought you were under arrest, even though you didn't get Mirandized.
Well, so again, it's a question of the court. And the reason why this is a question is because of things like Miranda and things where like the cops have cordially invited someone to come down to the station to answer some questions. And the person goes down there, and then the cops put him in a room and start asking him questions. The question becomes, when, if ever, has he been arrested? Because he's the more pressure, the more arrest-like pressure that's put on a person, the more likely it is that they're going to say something. And so the courts have to walk a very fine line figuring out, like, when does arrest actually happen? Because once, if you're in this, like, let's say, for example, like you as a cop don't have any intention to arrest Bob, and you say, hey, Bob, come on down. There's been a shooting at your apartment complex. We just want to ask you a few questions. And Bob comes on down, and you put him in the little room, and you pull up the chair and you play good cop, and you start talking to Bob, and Bob starts sweating, and you're like, oh. Maybe there's something here.
Indicators.
And you start grilling, you turn it up, you start doing all the things, and Bob's sweating, and you're like, if I just have a few more, maybe it'll take an hour or two. Hey, Bob, you want a soda? Bob's like, oh no, man, I don't want a soda. You're like, oh, well, I offered him a soda. I mean, clearly he wasn't arrested at this point. I had no intention of arrest. I didn't have probable cause at this point. Obviously, he's not arrested. But Bob's sitting there sweating like a motherfucker, and all you've got is Bob lives in the apartment complex, and now he's sweating like a motherfucker. You don't have probable cause to arrest him. You're not arrested. But all of a sudden, Bob's like, fuck, I can't take this anymore. Oh, my God. Yes, I did it. Well, the lawyer's going to be like, hold on a second, motherfucker. He was basically under arrest. And so what you did is you coerced a confession out of him. And the court is going to start looking at all these factors. And it doesn't really matter if you intended to arrest him, that's great news for the defense lawyer, because that's going to be more evidence that he was under arrest. But if you hadn't intended to arrest him, well, that doesn't mean he wasn't under arrest. That doesn't mean he wasn't under circumstances that would lead a reasonable person to believe that they were under fucking arrest. So that's kind of the question. The question is, would a reasonable person under those sort of facts feel like they were under arrest? Now, as far as you going and just talking to someone, you could just go and talk to them all you want. There is a famous case out there. I forget the fucking name of it, but someone's been shot with a shotgun. And the cops kind of think that it's this one motherfucker out there, right? And so they go and talk to him, and they're like, hey, man, how's it going? And he's like, oh, good, blah, blah, blah. And they chit-chat, right? Answer, question, answer. It's all good in the hood, right? And then all of a sudden the cop goes like, hey, man, I hear you own a shotgun. What kind of shotgun do you own? Whoa. Guy shuts up like that, right? Now, the cops could use that information because he's not under arrest. They haven't gone out to arrest him. It's under circumstances. They're at his house. They're just all leaning against the fence, just chit-chatting, right? Not arrest. So the cops use that sudden silence. The guy didn't invoke his Fifth Amendment rights, so they could, and they did use his sudden silence to develop probable cause, to develop a case against him. And in fact, apparently he did it. So just because the cop had not Mirandized him didn't mean shit. He wasn't under arrest.
Right.
Once he's under arrest, once the cop thinks, I want to question this motherfucker, and I probably want to be better safe than sorry, then the cop can Mirandize him, because now you're safe. It's, you touched home base, ollie oxen free. Now you're safe. You've Mirandized him. On the flip side, he's probably arrested, but you've Mirandized him. So you could ask him whatever you want, whatever he says. I mean, if he's dumb enough to answer your questions at that point, God help the poor bastard. He doesn't have a lot going for him.
Right. I understand. And that's the fine line that we find ourselves in, or, that of what it is. Where are we at? If I'm talking to somebody and if you think it's going to turn or whatever it is, I always told you, it's better to go ahead and Mirandize and maybe get it in than not Mirandize and it gets all the way thrown out.
Right, because you could always unarrest the guy.
Right, you could always sit there and
You
go,
could always
"You're not
be
the
like,
guy. You're not the guy. We've got our questions. You're not under arrest." And go, "I know it's him. I'll get further evidence. Just wait on."
Yeah. So it's no harm, no foul to do it, except if you do it, that is a fact that someone that the prosecution or the defense, whoever needs to bring it in, can bring in to show that he was in fact under arrest at that time.
Right.
All right, let's get back to
Right,
Ehline's stupidity.
I didn't have to go to the bathroom until you did, so I'll be right back if you don't mind.
Okay. Yeah. Feel free.
Absolutely nothing. And that's kind of what you get, guys. It's government investigating itself. 101. Yeah, right.
The government investigating itself. So what I don't understand about this whole thing about the government investigating itself is that we have 3 branches of government. If you just cloak everybody under the government, right, then it looks like it's nefarious. But if you have one branch or one group investigating somebody else, then it's a lot less nefarious. And again, I agree, I think, with some in my chat that the appearance of favoritism is a possibility in IA. But back to what he was talking about, this independent group coming in and reviewing what the IA was doing and saying they couldn't find anything wrong. Well, that is evidence of something, that your everyman, your layman, doesn't see anything wrong with what the IA is doing. It is not in and of itself evidence of corruption.
So yeah, free chili. I love it, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. It's always the 39 or 40 loyalists who come here, and I really do appreciate it that you're joining me today. Now, here's
39 or 40 loyalists. I got 127 people in here right now, and I'm just a first-year family law attorney who's been babbling on for 2 hours and 50 minutes. So, I assure you, Michael Ehline, that my viewers aren't loyalists.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and get into this with you. So who wins and who's better for you? So we saw the city cop back off, didn't we? We saw the city cop. He backed the city chief police guy. He backed off from the sheriff because the sheriff has authority and jurisdiction over the entire county. Now, when I was growing up, for example, in the city of Villa Park in Orange County, they were policed by sheriffs. Well, why is that? Well, because Villa Park was, although it was the most wealthy city per capita in the United States at the time, and by the way, my family developed about 70% of Villa Park. My dad was a
This guy can't help but fucking brag. It's just so sad. Everything come out all right?
Oh yeah, it came out perfectly.
You get any on you?
Oh, I'm not going to tell you. We don't know each other that well.
You didn't shake it more than twice, did you? Because that'd be jerking off.
Again, we don't know each other that well, and I'm not going to say
could.
that it came back. Hey, you're married.
We could.
Hey, you're married, but if then there agreements can be made.
So we're back to Ehline. Historically, who has more power, the sheriff or municipal police, and why? What is the Shire of the Reef?
Oh,
The Shire of the Reef.
Is Robin of Locksley going to join the conversation too?
Apparently, that whole fucking War of Independence go fuck itself, right?
Yeah.
But more power is the wrong argument. It's not about who has more power. It's who has power over the other. If this is really about municipal cops versus sheriff, who wins in the jurisdictional power battle, it's who has jurisdiction over the other agency. Do the police have jurisdiction over the sheriff? Does the sheriff have jurisdiction over the police? Or does neither have jurisdiction over the other, barring extenuating circumstances? I think is a better way of phrasing it.
builder. He started out as a ditch digger when he came back from Vietnam. He became a very successful custom home builder. But, screwed up from the war. You make millions, lose it all, make it again, lose it all that kind of stuff. So I don't want to get too far into that. It was a rough life growing up, I'll tell you that. But the bottom line is Villa Park would lease the sheriff's deputies to patrol their area. Now, the city of Orange down the street, they had their own municipal police. So even though the city of Orange had less money per capita, it still had more people, right? It was a bigger city. They didn't have the big sprawling, spread out everything. By the way, my dad built Somerset homes in Villa Park along with the G.L. Lewis Company. If you ever get a chance to look at those mansions, they're drop dead gorgeous. And I grew up working construction, sweeping out buildings and work with the framers and the finished framers, the rough framers.
What is it with these fucking attorneys, these YouTube attorneys who are like bragging over shit like I helped write the contract for Carl's Jr. Brr. My dad built houses. Brr. Like what the fuck is with their shallow egos that they have to brag so much about dumb shit?
Well, they got to glom on this. They got to glom onto something. Why don't you just be a lawyer? Why don't you just be proud of the fact that you passed the California bar, which is what, the hardest bar in the country?
I don't know if it still is. They
dumbed it down a little.
Bar passage requirements like 2 years or 3 years after I took it. Well, they went from a 3-day bar exam. I took the last 3-day bar exam. Then they went to a 2-day bar exam, and they were still getting like basically a 1/3 passage rate, and then they changed it, so now they have a 2/3 passage rate. So, in order,
they needed more lawyers. What you're trying to say?
I don't think they needed more lawyers. I think they wanted more. Here's my conspiracy theory talking.
Oh.
I think the state bar wants more income, because just because you're a lawyer, you have to pay the state bar to be a lawyer.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that you're actually getting work. That doesn't mean there's actually work available for you. And when that didn't quite work out the way the bar wanted it to, now they're going to increase our bar licensing fee from like $435 to like $750 or something like that a year, which doesn't sound like a lot, but imagine any other tax where you basically did like a 66 or 75% tax hike. I mean, it's
I think it's, to me, it just sounds dumb that you have to pay you have to pay the state to do your occupation. That would be like me having to pay the state, again, the $500 a year to be a police officer.
Technically, I paid the state to enforce the regulations on me. I pay the state bar.
It's even worse
for the state bar to investigate me.
That's even worse.
If you think I don't fucking hate the state bar, not that I'm doing anything shady, it's just if the state bar was created to protect the consumer, and so you would think that the consumer would be the one who should pay for the state bar, but no. I guess they still end up paying for it, because, I mean, obviously it's not that large of a dollar amount. It's more the principle behind it. But my clients pay my bar dues.
Right.
That money comes from somewhere, and it comes from my clients. So, yay.
So I got to grow up in construction. That's probably why you guys like me, because I'm not like a normal lawyer. I've actually had a regular job, and I still have calluses on my hands because I still lift weights with no gloves, and I still do stuff like tool on my cars with the kids and take the kids to the.
I still jerk off really weirdly. Just that's how I get calluses.
The archery and the gun range and all that. So, anyways, I don't want to talk too much about myself, but let's see here. Hey, Kurt Bronson, super happy to see you here today, brother. So let's get into it. Historically, who has more power, the sheriff or the municipal police, and why? And what is the Shire of the Reef? Because we see a lot of the sovereigns, they always talk about the Shire of the Reef, right? And I get it, because they went to a seminar and that's what they heard. So we're gonna get into that. And let me see here. And then let's see. Gotta go with the big.
We're 24 minutes in, and we have had shit for law from Ehline.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Model Line. Well, we love it that you guys hang out. And look, I really do. I used to love watching Chili's channel. And when I first started watching his videos, I was like, that guy is so obnoxious. I don't want to have anything to do with that guy, because I've been taught, you got to be civil and all this stuff. I watched a couple more of them. And then after the fourth one, I was literally, dude, we got to meet. So, there's something about rebelliousness and not backing down that's contagious. And when you see people like that and they just won't back down, you want to feed off. You want to be part of that. So give me a bunch of ones if you guys know what I'm talking about.
Wait a second. That dude, Chili backed down from the fight he was supposed to have. He backs down from everything.
He had high knee pressure. You can't fight if you have high knee pressure. The sanctioning body won't let you fight. So
yeah, but he was gonna beat up all the other cops that he saw, and he could take them down whenever he wants to, and he does all this other stuff, and he could beat everybody up. He's Johnny from the Karate Kid, man. Sweep the leg.
So I'm assuming that you watched his the arrest video with Officer Bork.
I did.
Now I am not Kung Fu Hero or Kung Fu Panda or anything like that, but I've played around on the mat, usually naked with baby oil. But regardless, I've played around on the mat before, and Chili moved like he was strong. He had a good center of balance. He had a good hand-eye coordination. When he moved someone's hand away, he moved away well. He stayed up despite having cops swinging him around and pulling on him. He doesn't seem like he would be necessarily speaking a pushover.
No, I'm not saying he's a pushover. And I'm not saying that he doesn't have some training or has trained or anything like that. But what I'm saying is this. It never bothered me in the jail, the guy that told me he was going to kick my ass. That's not the guy I'm ever worried about. It was the quiet one that just sat there. When you asked them to do something, they did it. They didn't give you any lip. They never said more than 10 words to you. Those are the ones that I worried about, because they're either hiding, they may have been hiding something, they just don't want to mess around, they don't want to do anything, they're not blustering. They're just quiet. Quiet ones, you always worry about the quiet ones. The ones say they're going to do all that, well, they're so worried about everything else, you're not. So a guy like him walking up, I can kick your ass and blah, blah, you may be able to, but you've now, I say, you've got me to where I can just go, all right, now if you do, it's on. We're just going to fight. Let's just do whatever it is you want to do. But you're not going to, again, the loudmouth, the lion walks in, doesn't have to announce that he's a lion. Somebody walks in the room and says, I'm going to kick your ass. Okay, well, now you've just told me you are, so I've already looked around and found 5 things to hit you with while you're talking.
Mm-hmm. I'm just saying.
What was the Twisted Tea guy or whatever it is? The one guy that just kept saying something to the counter, I just hit him with a Twisted Tea and it was over with. I'm just responding back to the people who think that Chili is a pussy. I'm not saying he's a pussy. He looks like he could do something, but while he's talking, my reply is not going to be other words.
My best guess, looking at Chili, and my best reaction to him is that in a controlled environment where Chili knew that wasn't life on the line stakes, i.e., in a ring, on a wrestling mat with someone else who he knew, and they had an agreement about what they were going to do, I think he would probably be at least reasonably effective. I've seen how strong he is, his sense of balance, his hand-eye coordination. I don't have any doubts as to his effectiveness in that kind of area. But if you place him in a situation where he does not know the variables, where he's having to deal with, let's say, for example, a street thug who has bigger balls than Chili does, who isn't going to back down from loud noises, Chili is going to express discretion being the better part of valor and make haste to evacuate himself from that particular situation. If he was a cop, he would be an excellent cop for training other cops on the mat, but he wouldn't be the guy running into gunfire. I agree
with that statement 100%.
Okay. So that's your free psychoanalysis of Chili for the day.
Your state. I'm going with natural law. I'm going with the rights my creator gave me, not some loser who works for the government living off my paycheck, right?
The problem with natural law and rights that your creator gave you is who the fuck enforces them. Mr. Taylor, when is the last time you enforced a natural right or a God-given right?
Never.
Have you ever arrested someone for violating someone else's God-given right and or natural right?
No.
Have you received training in any academy on the enforcement of natural and or God-given rights?
We had the Gideons come down and gave us all a Bible.
Close enough. We'll call it a win for Ehline right there. We'll score 1 for Ehline. Thank God for the Gideons.
Yeah, that's right, Mama Line. We have to remove the indoctrination from the Rockefeller established public education industrial complex. We need to get rid of all
the Rockefeller established industrial education complex. Do you understand what the fuck he's talking about?
Rockefeller made a bunch of schools to make us all dumber, so this way we could have more lawyers. Or he's just talking out of his ass.
It's funny. It's funny that this guy talks about sovereign citizens because some of the shit that he says is so sovereign citizen-y.
Well, my question is this, and I've posted it, I believe, on some of his stuff. Where's Bobby Law?
Bobby Law is an entirely different individual. I assure you. I assure you. We know who Bobby Law is.
Where's Bobby Law? Bobby Law could have had all this. If he'd have had Bobby Law, he'd be out of jail. Where's Bobby Law at?
Yeah, Bobby Law with his leather jacket.
That's it.
All these radical, commie, left-wing pinkos and get them out of our schools and start teaching our kids classical education 101. Amen, Mama Lion. Now,
Like what does a guy who has no college education, to the best of my understanding, who has maybe gone to a law school and maybe graduated post getting his bar license, what does he know about a classical education? What do you think he knows? Actually, better question, Mr. Taylor, is have you gone to college?
I have not. I'm too dumb.
Okay. Do you know what a classical education is?
That would be what all your literature, your reading, your history, English, learning different languages. Am I close?
Well, I don't know. Mr. Ehline hasn't defined it, so I just wanted to get an everyman's take on it. And you've done excellent in telling me what your take on it is.
Well, thank you.
hey, Jessica, good seeing you too. Looking amazing as usual. That looks like a lake scene. Love the dock. Be careful. You don't want to slip and fall on those nail heads because then I might have to represent you. You know, gotta be careful, Gloria and Jessica. Be super careful. All right. So
Does he even know like where she is? Like if at this point she slipped and fell on a whatever it was, and he did represent her, the first thing I would do as a defense attorney is I would go to this fucking video and be like, did he tell you this before or after you slipped? Interesting. Just stupid.
BZ says he's got dibs. Get out of here, man. She's mine. I called her. I called it first. All right, hold on.
Are we fighting over women on the internet now?
Hope not.
Now, guys, I don't know if you.
Well, here's a pro tip for you, Michael. There are no women on the internet. They all have a penis until they've proven otherwise, and there's no way they can prove otherwise. Have you ever seen Shiz?
I've seen Shiz.
Have you ever seen her without her filter?
Can't say that I have.
It goes from a good wholesome girl, could have been like a 40s supermodel, to a holy, oh my god, what the fuck is that thing? It is amazing. If you don't think they can't CGI away a penis, I mean, if they could do what they do to Shiz, they take away like 200 pounds easy off of Shiz with that filter. Real time. It's absolutely, it's like she streams with this fucking filter on, and like you don't know until all of a sudden you see her like, what was that live stream with her and Kate? Oh my god, you see her walking around, you're just like, who the fuck is that monster? Oh, it's bad, bro. It's fucking bad. And then some poor dude flew out from fucking Ireland to fuck her twice. Whoo! Oh, Christ.
Oh, he wasn't a demon, was he?
Oh, yeah, had to have been. He made a dark pact with somebody over something.
Notice I haven't been feeling too well the last couple of days. I'm coming down with a little bit of a cold, so just bear with me. I may sound like a freaking dog receiving Barrett's throat struck today, yo. But really, it's probably just
the boot, talking about boot stuff
from yelling at insurance adjusters all day. So let's get into it. So who wins? Who's better for you? Because there's a two-tiered thing we're going to talk about. You got municipal cops, you got sheriffs. We already talked about state police. They work for the governor. Their job is pretty much to provide private security for Gavin screw us all, and to enforce traffic laws statewide. And that's why the CHP in California took over the duties of state police. They were unnecessary, so Pete Wilson got rid of them. Now, so let's move on. So historically, here's how it works. Sheriffs have more power due to their role as elected county officials. And I kind of said that to you in a nutshell at the beginning.
So this is historical. So he's not citing to anything. This is just his belief about what they had in history.
Well, this is also the same guy that said historically police officers just rounded up slaves. That's all we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it also says historically sheriffs have. Have would mean present tense, right? Sheriffs have.
Yeah. Have.
Should it be historically sheriffs had more power?
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be their authority
It should be
extended over
past
larger
tense.
geographic?
Yeah.
What
Because
about
it's past tense?
What about San Francisco? San Francisco in California is a city, and it is a county. The limits of the county are the limits of the city. Who has primacy there? San Francisco police or San Francisco sheriff? Would one be able to enforce something over the other?
Well, it depends. Is there a law that they have, like in Oklahoma, where the San Francisco sheriff can deputize San Francisco police?
Yeah. Yes.
Well, that's good. Well, thank you. Your cock just said hello.
Pardon me?
I heard a rooster crowing as your cock just said hello.
Oh, you want to meet my cock? All right.
So their authority extends over larger geographic areas, entire counties. They oversee the county jails too. And that's why I originally wanted to be a sheriff when I got out of the Marine Corps, a deputy, is because I always felt, talking to my friends who were already deputies, that if you work in the jails, you start to understand the criminals. You learn what their tattoos look like, how they act, how they operate. So that's kind of where I was headed.
Having worked in the jail, did it give you a better understanding of how criminals work?
It didn't give me a better understanding of how criminals worked, but it did give me, and I'll speak, Coach, just for me. It did give me a better understanding on how to talk with individuals and necessarily not give them their mindset, but sometimes they'd tell you why you did stuff or why they did, why they were committing the acts or whatever it was. It did for me. Now I want to say I was, shielded from that stuff growing up, but I mean, there was not a whole lot of criminals in my growing up like that. So some of the stuff was kind of like, oh, wow, I didn't know that, or I would have never thought to do that. And it did help me out once I got on patrol or even in life, just dealing with people, seeing how they acted and why they did stuff. I think that, how the tattoos are, that's just dumb.
Well, you never study the tattoos on your inmates. I want to explore this topic.
No, when
they take their shirts off and be glistening and gleaming with sweat and study their tattoos.
Stop! You're gonna make me want to go back.
No. Did you maybe ask him where'd you get this tattoo, big boy? You didn't do any of that.
Now,
That's just what Ehline did.
I will say this: if I saw somebody with some good ink, I'd be like, "Man, who did that?" There's only a few good. Who did that? Is that okay? That's nice. Did you design that stuff? Cool. All right. But now I know in large, and especially in prisons, they do tattoo that they have whole COs that are assigned just for tattoos, because tattoos in prisons do have meanings. For gangs and things like that. Even in jail, tattoos do have meanings.
Wait, hold on a second.
Not all, but some.
In your experience, does a sheriff do prison security or do they do jail security?
Jail security. Just jail security. Jail security.
So the tattoos that Ehline would be looking at would be, people either pending trial or misdemeanors.
But felony, people awaiting trials and misdemeanors, maybe people, who are waiting to get transferred or have already been sentenced or whatever it is. Yeah, so it's going to be pretrial. Most jails are pretrial detainees. They may have some that are sitting in there doing parish jail time because of the misdemeanor that they've been convicted on.
So
now, and again, I'll say this: if you're sitting there. I personally have seen this. We walk in talking to an inmate and their face was clear. And then 3 days later, they've got a tattoo right here.
Mhm.
Well, that's a, ATF calls that a clue that maybe there's some underground or somebody's got a tattoo. Where'd you get it from? And let's figure out where that's going. And
Okay.
during the booking process, tattoos are taken down. Okay, you got a right arm tattoo is this, it's this, it's this, and this, and this. And I have had investigators from other areas come and want to know about certain person's tattoos.
Mm-hmm.
So because they're trying to identify if that is the person that they've caught on video camera, if that is it right there. So I mean,
but when you were working in the jail, did you study tattoos like Ehline's talking about?
No, and nobody did.
When the guys were out there in the yard working out with their shirts off, you weren't, watching them on video with your dick in your hands.
No, I didn't walk out there with my notebook and go,
rippled.
okay, what kind of stop? You're going to make me want to go back. There's a left cab. Send me see your left cab and write it down. No, or it's one of those things you just looked. If you saw something, whatever it is. No, we're not sitting there studying tattoos.
So do you think that it is possible that Ehline is somewhat having a homoerotic fantasy about inmates and their tattoos, much like he goes on and on about Chili with his rippling muscles and his nice ass?
I think that he is grandizing what he thought it was going to be if he became a law enforcement officer or if he worked in a jail.
So you, in your opinion, it's like he was thinking about this is like the best possible scenario kind of thing in his mind, where he gets to study men and their tattoos.
He gets to study men's tattoos. That may be his thing, man. I'm just trying to clarify from an everyman's point of view if you think that Ehline is a pitcher or a catcher. In my personal opinion, which as a lawyer on YouTube, I'm asking you, I am allowed to have a personal opinion, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And my personal
opinions are actually protected. It's not defamatory.
It's not
to have an opinion or to express your opinion, at least not in the state of California.
And in my opinion, he is probably gonna catch a lot.
I thought he was a catcher too, in my opinion. He just gives off the catcher vibes, He really likes to suck up to a lot of dudes, and by suck up, I mean have a giant black penis come down. And
it is kind of odd to have it the way he has that, and keeps leaning into it and grabbing it. He's not grabbing the arm. He's not grabbing the arm. He's grabbing the shaft to pull it close to his mouth. He's not.
Yeah, it's crazy.
He's not cupping. He's grabbing.
Well, everybody likes a good cupping too. So
yes, I understand that, but this right here, you can't really do a whole lot. You've got to move it around.
I want to apologize. I'm almost through this beer now. It is a Voodoo Ranger Fruit Force, and yes, it is having this much impact on me, and I do apologize. I'm not the world's heaviest drinker, but my God. So there you go. Anyway, back to history, the history lesson.
Headed until I started getting into auditing and got beat up by a cop for asking him for his ID before we even had cameras. So that's another story for another day. Now, their authority extends over large geographic areas. And not only do they oversee the jails, but they also execute warrants and stuff like that. So you saw those guys; they were all like in a gaggle, right, ready to go. And I think they were helping a bail enforcement dude try to get a warrant executed or something, or not a warrant, but they try to collect on a bond, I think. Anyways, the bottom line is the sheriff's position dates back to medieval England, and originally they were the king's representative in the shire. So that's where you get the word shire, and that eventually evolved into being sheriff. Anyways, so they also were responsible for tax collection. And so for all you people who watch Robin Hood, hey, thanks, Ralph. And see, Ralph knows what's going on, and I love Ralph.
This guy's getting all fucking hot and bothered over a $2 goddamn donation. Ooh, this is going into my kid's college fund.
Because he stands up for his principles, and he's a sovereign man upon the land.
I'm sorry. Did you have something to say, Mr. Taylor?
I'm laughing at there was a movie. I just think of the movie back in the 80s, and they had
I want my $2.
$2. You got my $2. And he had the comb, the switchblade comb, and he's like cycling. Yeah, where's my $2?
I want my $2.
So this kid, he finally got his $2.
Thank God. Now, if only he can get that personal attention from Chili that he seems to crave so much.
And I'm not taking that away from him. We're going to try to call him names or berate him, because the life that he's living is the life of the bravest of the brave, because in Orwellian fashion, our government is targeting people who believe.
I got to rewind that.
Is the life of the bravest of the. And I'm not taking that away from him. We're going to try to. I love Ralph because he stands up for his principles, and he's a sovereign man upon the land. And I'm not taking that away from him. We're going to try to call him names or berate him, because the life that he's living is the life of the bravest of the brave. Because
so this Ralph Riley is probably a sovereign citizen, man upon the land, free man upon the land. What is Ralph Riley doing passing around Federal Reserve notes?
I was just about to say the same thing. If he's a man of the land and all this other stuff, and he doesn't believe in the federal government, he sure does believe in their monetary system.
Isn't that really fucking weird?
Isn't that counterintuitive of what you're trying to say? You know,
can you explain to me how the sheriff would have more power than the federal government?
No, I can't. Because
my understanding,
I'm not Ralph, and
my
I
understanding
$2
is that the supremacy clause in the Constitution, and I am inebriated. This beer is hitting me pretty hard, so I apologize. But the supremacy clause in the Constitution makes federal law, as long as it's constitutional, supreme. It makes the federal law the supreme law of the land. So the Constitution, then federal law, than state constitution. So if a sheriff is a function of a state constitution, at best, it would still be subordinate to a otherwise constitutional federal law, including, but not limited to, statutes, regulations, and executive orders. Am I wrong about that?
You're hitting that right on the head. But it got to me, it even all that again, how is this guy having money? How if you don't believe if you're a sovereign citizen, that means you believe in you are it. The country of Michael Taylor is it. I have my own currency and everything else. How the hell am I able to send $2 to somebody and them accept it if I don't believe in anybody else's currency but mine? And even if I do that, what the hell's the damn currency exchange rate?
If you do that?
If I do that. If I do decide to send currency to somebody and I'm using Michael Taylor's currency, what's the exchange rate for the federal government back to me?
But I just want to know if you do that.
I do that.
You do that?
I do that.
You do that. All right.
Do that.
I just wanted to make sure that you do that.
I do that.
So in the last video I did, apparently, allegedly, according to my viewers, Michael Ehline referenced somebody who fancied himself to be the postmaster general of the United States. And he actually referenced him as if this guy was some kind of a fucking authority or legal guru or something like that. I literally, not figuratively, I literally don't understand Michael Ehline. I can't understand how he thinks the way he thinks, how he can square the circle of sovereign citizenry to the point where he's thinking that somebody who calls themselves a postmaster general is a sane person to take advice from.
That's why I think this is all an act. That's why I think this is all about him acting this way to get something. Again, if this guy's a multimillionaire, and let's even if he's got 150, like you said, $150 million, even at 10%,
like maybe 50. Because if
I'm saying he's won $150 million in settlements. Okay, let's even get it. I'll even just get him at 10%. That's still $15 million. Okay, that's still plenty of money, right?
Right.
Why this guy's doing this? It has to be an act. This is the new. You might as well call him Michael Law. This is the Bobby Law of whatever it is. He's going to sit there. He's got a captive audience now, and he is just, I'm gonna say milking, but he's enjoying the intention. I can sit out here. I can say whatever I want to say. How much stupid crap can I say to get these guys to believe what it is I'm saying? How far along can I go? Can I continue? The world is flat. Might as well go full Earth, flat Earth society to see how much of these people will follow him. Because who doesn't love followers?
First, I want to say that the Flat Earth Society has members all over the globe. But
Exactly.
second,
Yeah, exactly.
there is a law, and I forget who came up with it, but basically never attribute to malice that which can be attributed to stupidity. And I'm just wondering if there isn't a correlation somewhere where you're attributing this to his pride or whatever, when it could, in fact, be attributed to his stupidity. He could, in fact, be so stupid as to fall for this stuff because he doesn't have a good base in the law, a good understanding of the basis of the law. And when he does his online research, i.e. by watching YouTube videos, as he found my video and research in his legal research, maybe he is finding sovereign citizen videos that he is using as legal research and not knowing enough to say, oh, you're wrong because X, Y, and Z. He's believing it and just regurgitating it now for Chili's. Maybe Chili makes sense to him because he's so fucking stupid that he doesn't understand why Chili's wrong. And by the way, Internet God, I don't ever talk about Poster 7 anymore because Poster 7 is a fucking poster. It's not the law. It's a poster. The reason why it's called Poster 7 is because it's a fucking poster. Please, your turn, Michael.
You know what that big? I see. I can see the path you're going on with that. He doesn't know the answer to something, so he Googles it, and the first thing that pops up, he reads. Or the
the first video that pops up.
The first video that pops up.
Reading's fucking hard.
Right. The first video that pops up that he can comprehend, he's like, "Oh shit, 2 + 2 can equal 7. I see where you went on that. I got you. Okay, yeah, okay. Y'all, 2 + 2 is 7 because if you take the 2 and then you take another 2 and then you take the plus, that's really a 4. And you do this, you can get 7.
You just counted.
And people will go,
"Oh
shit, that makes sense."
Who had the beer? You just counted to 8. You're like 2 + 2, and the plus is 4. Shit. You better stop
7.
drinking that tea.
Anyway. But you see what? Yeah, it's that there was a video where 7 times whatever it is doesn't equal that because you can move the numbers around, and he's just watching a video, watching him move the numbers around. It makes sense to him.
I think it's got to be something like that. Let's continue on. Again, we're a half hour into it, and there's an hour and 22 minutes to go. We probably won't get through the entire thing. One of the best ways to defeat me is to make long videos. So, but let's try to get through some more of it. See if he actually gets to law.
In Orwellian fashion, our government is targeting people who believe that our rights come from a creator. Our government is targeting people who believe in the Second Amendment, people who shop at Dick's Sporting Goods or Cabela's. A report just came out on March 4th that clearly identified that the FBI was illegally, for like the umpteenth time, spying on Christians.
Illegally. So, who in the FBI got arrested? Who in the FBI got arrested? Did I miss a fucking news?
You didn't. Yeah. I didn't miss the raid on the FBI. Now, does the U.S. government sometimes spy on its citizens?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Does the
U.S. government ignore the Constitution? Absolutely.
Absolutely. Has the U.S. government done some messed up stuff to its citizens? Tuskegee. Excuse me. I had a cough.
Yeah. Ruby Ridge.
Blankets. Ruby Ridge. Had a cough there. Excuse me. Blankets with stuff on them to Native Americans.
Waco.
Does it? Yes, it does. Okay. But to sit there and go, the FBI is always constantly doing these things or whatever it is, it's illegal because I said it's illegal. That's right up there with torture cuffs. That's right up there with torture cuffs and dungeons. Okay, just because you believe something doesn't make it easy.
I'm not entirely sure that Ehline understands the difference between illegal and unlawful.
You know what? That's a good. I could see that.
people who buy Bibles, people who support the Second Amendment, basically white males in particular. And that's in one of my other videos called "Can I Sue the FBI for Illegally Labeling Me a Domestic Violent Extremist?" But that's all. It's not a conspiracy theory.
No, you can't do it, and it's not illegal because no one was fucking arrested over it. It's not a crime to label you a domestic terrorist. It may be unlawful, but it's not illegal. You stupid fucking clown.
It's a fact. So it's always cool having Ralph on here, and it's cool.
Sorry, did you inhaled like you wanted to say something?
This guy. Okay, let's go back to if this guy talks so much, and he has, and again, I don't know what his expenses are, but if I've got $50 million, I've got FU money for a while. Spend some of that FU money, put your money where your mouth is, and sue. Can you do it? Sue the government and find out. Take him on as a client. Don't make a YouTube video. Take him on as a client. And do all the other people that they've labeled as domestic terrorists and do a class action lawsuit against the government and see how it goes.
Here's the problem. I'm not saying that Ehline's lying about the amount of money he allegedly collected, but I'm saying that you might have cause to believe that he has not, in fact, done $150 million in settlements. There's no way to verify whether he has or hasn't without invading his attorney-client privilege and attorney confidentiality. So I'm not asking him to prove it. I'm just suggesting to you that
there are ways to show that you have that without.
No,
he has those ways.
There is, like you suggest, someone who has that kind of money would probably be operating under a different mindset than getting excited over a $2 donation. So there is evidence to suggest that maybe, just maybe, he has not, in fact, received $150 million in settlements. I am not rich by any stretch of the imagination, and yet somehow I am capable of getting by day to day without monetizing my YouTube channel or getting excited over $2 donations or selling memberships. It is surprising to me that someone who had allegedly 150 million, because I had one super fucking good settlement and I loved that goddamn settlement. It was the best settlement ever. And I can't tell you shit about it because there was an NDA associated with it, but it was a really good settlement. And if I could get that kind of settlement all the time, shit would be different for me. Shit would be really different for me. Like my fish room would not be a part of the garage. My fish room would be a goddamn warehouse, and I would have employees maintaining it with me. Like there are things that would happen. So I'm just suggesting to you that maybe he did not, in fact, get $150 million in settlements. Are we agreed?
We are agreed.
All right.
Look, the dude's throwing me $2, Federal Reserve notes, whatever. It's not the money. It's the fact that this dude actually supports me and my family. It gives me an opportunity to come out and just be me. Mike the lawyer, but also Mike the blue collar Mike, the guy who became a lawyer on this weird program and slept on park benches and worked at a Home Depot at from 3 to midnight, and volunteered to work for lawyers for free so I could become a lawyer. This is the guy you're talking to. So it's super, super, super cool to be able to talk to you and share all this knowledge that I have, because 99% of lawyers are clueless, guys. They know nothing about U.S. history.
Have you seen any knowledge being shared by him yet?
I have not. But I'm not his target audience in that I'm a critical thinker and I want to ask questions. I'm not his target audience. So that's not going to work. It's not going to work for me. He may be dropping knowledge.
Have you received training on how to talk to people?
Yes.
How to elicit information?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that cops can lie to suspects?
Sure can.
Have you ever lied to a suspect?
Sure have.
Because you've lied to a suspect, does that mean that you've lied on the stand?
No.
Have you ever lied on the stand?
No.
The revolution.
Hold on,
common law
stop. What
heritage.
does that
I don't even know
mean?
if the original lawyer.
It's like this. Have you ever lied to your wife? Have you ever lied to a woman?
I would never lie to my wife.
No,
No, the was I have always said that cops can lie. Cops can lie. And people are like, oh, okay, that means they can lie on the stand. No, cops are bound by the rules on perjury. If a cop ever gets popped for perjury, then every case he's ever been a fucking witness on is coming back for trial.
Exactly.
And it's a big fucking deal. It's bad. It's so much levels of bad. It is all the bad, right? It costs the state buku dollars. Nobody fucking wants that. And I don't, generally speaking, I think cops go into it, number one, because they like to have power over other people. Don't take offense.
No.
And number two, because they actually think that they can do good. And maybe not, maybe you could tip the scales of the balance between those two however you want to, but I don't think there's a cop out there who wants everybody he's ever arrested to come back out.
No, not
because he fucked up and lied on the stand. So what I have always maintained is can you find one instance or maybe a couple instances of where a cop has lied on the stand? Abso-fucking-lutely. But does that make it a rule? No, because there are hundreds of thousands of people a decade who get arrested, and you get maybe a handful of cops that have perjured themselves. And so if you look at it from like statistically speaking, it's basically a non-starter. It's a nothing burger. But can cops lie to you on the street? Yes. Can they lie to you about anything? Yes. Can they say they're not going to arrest you and then arrest you? Yes. Can they say, if you just come with me, if you just come over here and talk to me, nothing's bad's going to happen to you, and then they arrest you? Fuck yeah, they can. Am I wrong?
No, you're exactly right. It's right up there with the, if you ask a cop who's undercover, if he's a cop, he has to tell you the truth. No, he doesn't. He's undercover.
Yeah. if you ask a cop, are you a cop? He has to answer honestly. No, he fucking doesn't. He can lie to you.
Yeah, he can lie. So I always find that just that TV, that's that TV myth of cops can't lie. Of course we can lie. We can't lie on the stand. Nobody can lie on the stand. And
you can lie on the stand. There's consequences.
Obviously you can do whatever you want. Yeah, there's consequences, but I would prefer to just get up there, tell the truth, and not get on the Brady list, not have my career ruined, end up on, working for Michael Ehline and touting his trifold.
Have you ever left out information on the stand? Not lied, but just not given the complete truth.
I wouldn't say I've never not given the complete truth. I will say this: if I'm asked a yes or no question, I will answer yes or no.
So even if there is something in there that you think is relevant and important, you'll just say yes or no and let the prosecutor or defense attorney struggle away.
Yeah, I will. Because that's their job. Your job is to pull the information out of me. Because, hey, did you see my client commit that act? No.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see this? Yes. Did you do this? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Mm-hmm. And now if you want to go into that. Ask leading questions. Don't ask yes or no. That's what if I'm interrogating someone, I'm not going to ask yes or no questions.
The prosecution can't ask you leading questions.
Well, you can't ask me leading questions. But in other words, don't answer. If you want more, ask me something that's not a yes or no. Because I wouldn't do that on a stand. Be like, Merv, were you at home yesterday?
Yes.
All right. While you were at home, did you hear anything?
Yes.
What did you hear?
I heard quite a number of things. I hope my lawyer would have objected by this point because, first of all, you asked if I was home yesterday.
But I know I'm talking about if I'm interrogating you, and not.
I'm sorry. So start it over again. You're interrogating me. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right, Barb. Yesterday between 12 and 2 o'clock in the afternoon, were you home?
I want a lawyer.
Cool. Bye.
Thank you. All right, let's go back to Ehline.
Lawyers were trained in the castle that was occupied by the Knights Templars. Unbelievable. They just don't know. They don't teach us anything.
Where we got on the Knights Templar? Holy shit! I have not had enough beer for this. Hold on a second. I got to figure out Knights Templar. 99% of lawyers are clueless, guys. They know nothing about U.S. history, about the Revolution, about our common law heritage. Nothing. They don't even know that the original lawyers were trained in the castle that was occupied by the Knights Templars.
Because Romans didn't have lawyers. There weren't Romans. or anything like that that had lawyers.
I don't.
They didn't have lawyers till the Crusades.
I don't know. Apparently my training has failed me, and yet I've been able to practice law for at least one full year of family law attorney without knowing this. So I don't know. We'll have to ask Darcy. Darcy's been practicing law for a long time, so Darcy would be able to tell us whether or not he knew that the original lawyers were trained in the castle for the Knights Templar, and see if he doesn't know that, see if his lack of knowledge has led to any detriment to his practice of law.
But what does that matter?
Well, I don't know. I'm sure Michael Ehline, being the online legal educator that he is, will inform us. He'll bring all these loose ends together and make it make sense, you know.
Surely he'll get all this done.
Clearly he will.
Clearly.
Unbelievable. They just don't know. They don't teach us anything in the law school. So municipal police, unlike sheriffs, they only serve within the city limits and are typically appointed officials. Now, sometimes, police.
Typically. Notice the word typically there.
Typically.
Did you know that in Oklahoma, you can, if your municipal charter allows for it, you can have an elected chief of police?
Yes. I have an elected chief of police.
What? So apparently it's not just Oklahoma. That's fucking crazy. So typically means that sometimes you're wrong.
Chiefs are elected. It just depends on the city. They're all a little bit different. But even if they are elected, they don't have the power of the sheriff. And their primary.
Well, they don't have the power of the sheriff, but they have different powers.
Their primary role is to enforce local ordinances, and then of course state laws. Like Penal Code Section 148, when you won't bust out your wallet, let them put you in torture cuffs, and take you to the dungeon and steal your money. Right? That's their job, to enforce laws to raise revenue for the municipal corporation that they work for. Their job.
Can I ask a somewhat? I want you to generalize it and give me a nice round number. What do you think is the approximate average salary of a police officer and or sheriff in your neck of the woods?
You talk about the officers and deputies?
Yeah.
It's going to range anywhere from roughly around $36,000 a year up to probably 50. 60, 30, 36 to about 60 or 70 thou a year. And it can
So
be
on average,
a lot.
We want to say like 50,000 on average, roughly. If you kind of slice it in the middle.
Slice in the middle. Yeah, we'll slice in the middle about 50. Yeah, it's about on average.
Okay, so about $50,000 a year, and approximately, again, rough estimate, how many police officers do you think that your city employs?
Oh, I can tell you exactly how many my city employs.
I don't want you to tell me exactly.
No, okay.
I want you to give me an estimate.
I'll give you that. I'll say there's and I'll say this: in this area, there are approximately 700 law enforcement officers in this area.
I want specifically for the city is what I'm looking for, just to kind of
150 to 200.
150 to 200. So if let's say 200, let's do the math on that. That's about 50,000 times 200. That's $10,000 or 100. No, $1 million a year. Am I right?
That sounds about right.
That doesn't sound like a lot. Let's see. I'm pulling up my calculator. Nope. I don't know why my calculator isn't coming up. It's blinging at me. There we go. So $50,000 times 10, or no, times 200. Yeah, it's $10 million a year. That's a little bit better. So is it your understanding that any fines for traffic infractions get shared between the issuing agency and the state in Louisiana?
There are pieces of fines. Yes, the city gets some, the court gets some, the DA gets some of it goes to other things. So yeah, it is split up.
Okay. how many of the approximately 200 people that the city employs as police officers, approximately how many of those do traffic stops as their primary role?
About half.
About half. So about 100 officers doing traffic stops. And about how many traffic stops do you think the average officer does on any given day of the week? Understanding that the officer would only be working 5 out of the 7 days of the week. So if you look at all those 100 officers, approximately how many stops a day would they be doing on any given day of the week?
Anywhere from we'll say 4. 4 is a good round number.
4 traffic stops a day. Of those 4 traffic stops a day, how many do you believe would result in a ticket that would be like a ticket that has a fine associated with it?
And maybe 2.
2. So approximately 2 tickets a day for 100 officers. So we're going to divide $10,000 or $10 million divided by 100 divided by 365 divided by 4. So they'd have to generate $68.50 a day off of their fraction of whatever those tickets were each day. Have you ever been instructed? Have you ever done traffic duty?
Yes, I do traffic duty. That's one of the main things I do is traffic duty.
Main things you do. Okay. And do you have a quota?
No, quotas are illegal.
Do you have, what kind of pressure does the department put on you to make sure that you're performing your duty?
None.
So if you don't radio in all night long, then the department's like, yeah, whatever, cool, bro.
Well, we're usually dispatched,
Okay.
but we're dispatched, or we're going to do our own initiative. In other words, because you may have a incident that may take, let's say your very first stop is a DUI. That's 4 to 5 hours of your shift gone.
Right.
Okay. And then eating and other things else, that's 8 hours that's gone of your area. And then you may do another stop. So you may have a day where you do 3 things in one day. Okay. But one of those things was a felony arrest.
William, it also doesn't include things like insurance. It doesn't include equipping them. It doesn't include their vehicles, vehicle maintenance. There's so much it doesn't include. I'm just making a point. But you're telling me how the department doesn't give a shit as long as you respond to dispatch calls. If you never, ever, ever, ever initiate a traffic stop, no one's gonna fucking care.
No, I didn't say that. But I'm not. I'm not sit there. I'm not told to sit there. Man, you go out there and you make 10 stops a day. You write 5 tickets a day. That's not how it works, because that's not a realistic thing. Every day's the same, but it's different in law enforcement, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. You get in your car, you patrol the neighborhoods, you patrol things like that, and you may get a call. Again, you may get a call about a cat in a tree, which we've got. You may get a loud dog complaint. You may get all these small things that add up, and you may not have pulled anybody over, but you've got 10 things on your log sheet that you've completed.
So you have a log sheet?
Yes, we have a log sheet.
Do you turn in that log sheet?
It's electronic, so yes. I mean,
okay. So the department tracks what you're doing.
Correct.
So if you're not doing anything, then you're going to get penalized.
You're not going to get penalized. You may be asked, why didn't you do any? Why is there one thing on your log sheet from yesterday? Well, that one thing was blank. And they go, okay, so you didn't get a chance to do anything else?
Right. And then, and then something happens as a result of that. If you haven't done anything else and you have no valid reason for not doing anything else, then there is some punishment that follows.
No, I don't know what your definition of the word punishment is. Am I going to get talked to sternly? Yeah. Am I going to get a glance? Am I going to get a look? Well, yeah. Is that a punishment?
So
But
if every day for a week you turn in a log that has one minor like traffic like speeding ticket on it every day for a week, just one little minor thing, you're not gonna nothing's ever gonna come of it. You just get
you may get a review of your activities. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And the point of the review is to determine whether or not there should be some sort of punishment, right?
Well, it may be. I would say that. I would say the determination of the review is to determine what's going on, is why you're only doing one thing a day.
Right.
Is there something
and
going on?
if it comes back that you're fucking lazy,
well, yeah, then you're going to get more than a look.
yeah, you're gonna get discipline, right? So you're
probably
incentivized to log entries.
You're incentivized to do your job.
Right. And your job is to
enforce laws,
among which are traffic laws, correct?
One of many.
And the penalty for violating a traffic law is, generally speaking, a ticket, correct?
It can be.
And the end result of a ticket for violating a traffic law is, generally speaking, a monetary fine, correct?
Correct.
So at the end of the day, if you don't generate some money for the police, then you may face discipline, correct?
Incorrect.
Well, let's go back to Ehline and see what he has.
Does not protect individuals at all. And we saw that with the Rodney King riots. So repeat after me. The municipal police, as a general rule, have zero duty to protect individuals. U.S. Supreme.
So there was an interesting study, KMB. Apparently there was some issue with racisms in some East Coast city. And I don't remember, or East Coast state. I don't remember which one. But as a result of that, they had two separate logs that they had to do. One was for one that logged the stops. And in that stop log, they had to identify people. They had to identify the reason for the stop. They had to identify the race of the person and some other issues. The other log was an actual log of the citations issued. And one of the things that they ran into with the racisms was the discrepancy between the logs of the stops and the logs of the tickets. And what they ended up doing is they ended up finding out that cops were lying on their stop logs, and they ended up firing officers for lying on their stop logs. And the way they found them was that there were a lack of corresponding entries into the database that shows like the actual citations. So there you go. Do you have any input on that, Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, was that what was it? You can stop someone. I think I know what you're talking about. I think it was either in Massachusetts or maybe in Baltimore where they had that going on. And
I think it was Massachusetts. It was an East Coast.
Right. The thing, and one of the things people say that they talk about is this racism, and you only pull over, blah, 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 blah. I dare anybody to ride along with a police officer for a couple hours, get behind the car, and tell me the race of the person driving that car. It is dang near impossible. So that,
but not always.
like that. It's not. Well,
sometimes it's possible.
Sometimes it's possible. You're right. Sometimes it's possible. Sometimes, but you, what is that? You may take calls all day, avoid two calls. You may take one. You can take a call that could be something simple, and it could turn into something bigger, and you go on from there. Logs just allow us to know what we're doing. I write a log because I want to know what I've done. I need to follow up, or I did this, or blah 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 blah. I'm showing that I'm a proactive employee. In any profession, you don't have to log what it is, but if you go into McDonald's, if the manager of the McDonald's or fast food place or whatever walks in and all five of her employees or his employees are just sitting down doing nothing while they're customers, that's a problem. That somebody needs to talk to you. I'm not, there's no quota for making hamburgers at McDonald's, but you still need to do your work. So this is a way to prove that we're not sitting underneath. What's the old adage of the 50s, 60s, 70s? Cops sitting underneath a tree, doing nothing, going home. Well, you didn't patrol my neighborhood. Well, here's proof that I did patrol your neighborhood. It goes back to the thing we're talking about. You let these people burglarize my house because you never patrol my neighborhood. Here's a log of me patrolling your neighborhood when I patrolled it.
So Orange Cones has a question if you want to address it.
Yes, sir. As a concealed carry permit, what is the best way to elevate potential problems with a nervous cop on a traffic stop? Well, I would say this. We get a lot of that, especially coming over from Texas. We get a lot of, they'll hand us the driver's license and they'll hand us their concealed carry card. Personally, the way I was trained, the way I train people is this. Cool. Okay. Merv, you have your, where's your weapon at? Do you currently have your weapon on you?
I have it stored in my prison wallet, sir.
Okay, well, good. Is there anything else from your prison wallet that you'll need to retrieve?
Yes.
What?
I can't tell you because it would probably incriminate me.
All right, then. Okay, well, I just want to know, I got your driver's license here. Where's your registration and insurance? Is it near your prison wallet?
It's in my prison wallet. I carry everything there.
You carry everything in your prison. Get out of the car. Just get out of the car.
You just want to search my prison wallet.
I just want to search it. No, but that's the way. Let them know even if you don't have it, you may certain states you don't have to have a permit. You just because your car is an extension of your home. Let the officer know where your gun is and that my gun is currently in the glove compartment. Is there anything you need to get out of the glove compartment? Yes. Okay. When you do that, can you do it slowly for me and everything else? Or can you take your weapon out and put it somewhere else while you retrieve what you get out, put your weapon back in the glove compartment and keep your document right here? Just be open and honest with the police officer about where your stuff is, what you're going to do, and they'll be fine. And if the cop's nervous, he may be nervous because maybe his first traffic stop of the day, may have had a bad day. Cops are human. People forget that part of cops. We don't put on a badge and all of a sudden we don't feel things. Maybe he's nervous because of something else. Whatever. Just be open and honest with the police officer.
I would also suggest talking to a local attorney, figure out what you should and should not disclose to cops.
Yes, consult if you're not afraid, do that.
The municipal police, as a general rule, have zero duty to protect individuals. U.S. Supreme Court. All right. So, Shire of the Reef. Okay, so this is the thing. So a lot of sovereigns are saying it the wrong way. And I'm just telling you as someone who used to live, oh my gosh, Gloria. Thank you, Gloria. This is very kind. So Gloria is a very kind member, and she is all.
See how much ado he makes over just the miners? Like if these
that's another $4. That's another $4. Yeah. That's another $4.
This motherfucker's getting rich.
That dude right there, he liked the 4 horsemen, so he's all excited about 4 like that, and he was paper boy to get my $2.
Always been very kind to support Chili and not judge him for his past or what people say about his past. And I really do appreciate that. And she's very kind. And so she's just gifted a membership. And I don't know who's going to get it, but I'm very grateful. And my kids are very grateful for that. Oh my God.
His kids.
Why would your kids be grateful for that?
Because it's going into their college funds because motherfucker apparently can't afford to send him to college without it or something. I'm baffled. I'm fucking baffled.
And Ralph hit me again with another $2. Okay. Yes. Mike, scroll up, do my comment, the Riley family. Hold on. Stand by, brother. And then I'll get back into the Shire of the Reef. Hold on, brother. I'm sorry, man. You got to understand. Like, I don't see everything. I'm looking. Okay, so it says the sheriff has more power. And look, I'm scrolling, man, but I'm not seeing it. Okay, Ralph, can you copy and paste it again so I can respond to it? Because I'm not seeing the comment, brother. But everybody just understand something. Like, I know that you're used to watching attorney videos where they do a lot of editing and production and they put it in the video section. But I like doing live.
Yeah, editing and production. Guess who edits his videos after doing them live?
Who? Him?
Ehline, yeah.
Oh, I tell you what, he's as good as a video editor as he is as an attorney.
Yeah. I got someone very kindly offered to scrape his channel. So whenever he posts a video or does a live stream, there is a copy being saved. And it's always here's the live stream and here's the edited version. Here's the live stream, here's the edited version. Every time.
Because it gives me an opportunity to meet my audience and become friends. And so I like to talk to people in the sidebar because I get a kick out of it when people talk to me. Like when I type something and they respond like, "Hey, Don Shipley, you're the chief, you're the Navy SEAL dude," and he responds back, like as an example, that's motivating to me. So I love that stuff. So let me just get down here and see if he's put it in there. Comment to the Riley family. Okay, so Ralph Riley, what I'm asking for is, he said, Mike, scroll up, do my comment, the Riley family. So I did his comment already on this one. And yes, okay, maybe that's what he wants me to expand upon that. So Ralph, I'm getting there right now. It is true that the sheriff, in my opinion, does have more power than the federal government. The problem is when the 14th Amendment.
What?
And yes, okay, maybe that's what he wants me to expand upon that. So Ralph, I'm getting there right now. It is true that the sheriff, in my opinion, does have more power than the federal government.
Again, this is a nebulous use of the word more power than the federal government. Like, if you look at the federal government, it's in its entirety, it has a lot of areas of concern that it takes care of. A sheriff, generally speaking, has a small subset of areas that it takes care of. For example, the federal government includes the president, the Senate, the House, the judiciary. There's lots of aspects. All the different agencies and departments that oversee various things, that the treaties that the ambassadors make. There's so much that goes on. The number of issues that the federal government has to deal with are incalculably more than what a sheriff has to deal with. In addition, any rule of law or order that the president makes or regulation that is set forth by a federal agency, unless a federal district court finds that it is an unlawful thing, the federal government can enforce that even on the sheriff. So in what way, what am I missing where a sheriff has more power than the federal government?
Well, I think you said it earlier. Something about the supremacy clause, supremacy
clause. Yeah.
Above
it's like,
everything
else. It's where they put sour cream and tomatoes on your Constitution.
I'm not eating that. I hate tomatoes, so I'm not going to eat that. And I hate sour cream, so I'm definitely not going to eat that at all. And mayo is disgusting. We already had talked about that.
Have you ever had homemade mayo?
I have. I'm not a mayo person. I like mustard. I'd rather have mustard. I like mustard. Mustard or barbecue sauces. That,
All right. Good Southern boy.
Yes. Yeah, Southern boy.
Except for mayo. Most Southerners that I know love mayo.
I used to have a babysitter, and for lunch every day, let's talk about when I was little, was tomato sandwiches with just mayonnaise and like chips. Like that was lunch. And so no, I don't eat tomatoes or mayonnaise evermore. It's my childhood.
And that's why you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes, because my childhood. Because if anybody ever tries to make me eat a mayo and tomato sandwich, I can shoot them. It's the law. Miracle Whip you. But no, the supremacy clause pretty much makes this federal government the supreme government over the United States, which I believe includes states, which I believe includes parish or counties, all fall underneath the federal government.
So my understanding is that the sheriff is a elected official, but he is subservient to the governor, because the governor can order a sheriff from one county, at least in Oklahoma, to assist another county. In addition, the sheriff would be subject to whatever laws the legislature would make and the interpretation of those laws by the judiciary. Sheriffs are subject to suit under 42 U.S.C. 1983, which should clearly show that they are subject to federal law, because they can't just say I'm the sheriff and so I don't have to submit to this 42 U.S.C. 1983 lawsuit. So not only are they subservient to the heads of state, but they're also subservient to the heads of the federal government and to federal law and state law. So none of it makes any fucking sense to me.
The problem is when the 14th Amendment was passed by filling the Southern legislatures with unelected representatives in violation of the Constitution and the habeas corpus, a lot of things changed in this country. And remember, appearance of power is 99.99% of power. And so now the whole concept of natural law has been.
Hold on a second. We went over habeas corpus.
In the federal government. The problem is when the 14th Amendment was passed by filling the Southern legislatures with unelected representatives in violation.
The 14th Amendment was ratified. It wasn't passed. It was ratified. And it was, when was it ratified? 14th Amendment ratified. 1868.
So during Reconstruction.
Yeah.
I can actually almost follow what he's saying here. What he's saying is here, the only reason 14th Amendment was ratified is because you had all those carpetbaggers come down there, and the federal government allowed them to get elected to the state legislatures, and then the state legislatures ratified the 14th Amendment. I'm going to go down that path. I'm going to go down that path a little bit for him and help him out just a tad, but I don't think he's smart enough to have said it that way.
So there's the Reconstruction Act of 1867. So did the Southern states actually vote on the 14th Amendment? Which states ratified the 14th Amendment? So it was not ratified by any of the Southern states unless you count West Virginia or Missouri. And then, so then in March of 1860, in March of 1867, a state could only regain representation in Congress only after it ratified the 14th Amendment. So that would be the real problem, wouldn't it?
So the federal government basically said, if you want to become a state again, you've got to ratify this amendment.
Yeah.
So would that make that an unlawful act by the federal government?
I mean, who's going to stop them?
Well, you know what? We need to go back and revisit that because it's been it's just so recent that we could just start all over again and see what's.
Yeah,
he could sue the federal government for having to that they had to coerce these other states to get back in to ratify, therefore unratifying the 14th Amendment. See how popular that makes you, Mr. Ehline.
Yeah, I think he'd be better served not spending his $50 million suing the federal government over this.
Of the Constitution and the habeas corpus. A lot of things changed in this country. And remember, with unelected representatives in violation of the Constitution and the habeas corpus.
But the habeas corpus, like violation of the Constitution and the habeas corpus?
And
what is he trying to say there?
Are they...
14th Amendment was passed by filling the Southern legislatures with unelected representatives in violation of the Constitution and the habeas corpus.
Habeas corpus is where it's a petition for a writ, and it basically means bring the body to me. You're saying that you are being incarcerated in violation of the law, and a petition for writ of habeas corpus to a district court would mean that you're being incarcerated in violation of federal law, i.e. in violation of some provision of the Constitution or federal statute. So what the fuck this has to do with passing the 14th Amendment, I don't know.
Well, you got to bring all the bodies to the voting booth?
Or you have to let the bodies hit the floor, which is another thing that might have had to happen or something.
A lot of things changed in this country. And remember, appearance of power is 99.99% of power. And so now the whole concept of natural law has been turned on its head. Leviathanic law is what is par for the course in DC and the federal government.
Art,
Have
you been educated on what Leviathanic law is?
No, but I did see a movie where they did have a Leviathan. Is that the same thing?
Leviathanic law. There is not a Leviathanic law that. Hold on a second. There's a There's apparently a book called Law and the Leviathan. Redeeming the Administrative State.
That sounds like a bad comedy act. Next on stage, it's the Law and the Leviathan.
Okay. All right.
Federal government, as far as I'm concerned, doesn't really respect states' rights, especially the rights of sheriffs. And we've seen that happen time and time again. But Ralph is right.
But if the sheriff was supreme over the federal government, then
how is he able to?
The sheriff would be able to enforce it. And so regardless of whether or not the federal government respected states' rights or not, the sheriff would be able to enforce it.
Or not enforce it. Or enforce or not enforce it because he's over the federal government. If he doesn't like a federal government law, if he doesn't like the First Amendment, we're not gonna have the First Amendment here anymore. Then you know what? Federal government can't do anything because he's above the federal government.
So if let's say you're going to arrest some sort of a suspect, if he doesn't respect you, does that somehow nullify your powers of arrest?
According to him, it does. Be like,
I'm asking you according to you.
No.
Has anybody ever stopped and turned around and said, "I don't respect you," and then all of a sudden, the force field engages and you can't grab them anymore?
Yeah, no. What happens? I just was like, oh well, I didn't know you didn't respect me. My fault. You're free to go.
All right. So I guess that's number 2 for Ehline. He's 1-2 now.
That's exactly how that works. Or the chilly defense of no.
Or I'm holding a camera, therefore I can commit whatever crime I want. That's a good one.
That's my favorite. First Amendment. I'm freedom of the press. I can murder people. Freedom of the press.
As long as you record it, right? Because
within the first 10 seconds, you have to say it within the first 10 seconds.
I've heard that, but it's exactly like solicitation of prostitution. If you film it, it becomes pornography and not a crime. If you are going to commit murder, that's bad. You can't do it. But if you film it, it becomes a documentary. It becomes a documentary. Yeah, exactly. And all of a sudden, it's not a crime. It's perfect. You're good to go.
That's right. That's why you always say, if you're going to carry a bat, carry a ball and glove too.
There you go.
Uppercase L, the true law that the sheriff does have.
Uppercase L, the true law. But by the way, folks, just remember, you heard it today from a law enforcement agent. If you are going to be carrying a bat, carry a ball and glove too, so that when you do bludgeon someone to death with a baseball bat, you can say that it was an unfortunate
bludgeoning. I never said
it was
anything
an unfortunate sports accident. It was.
I never said anything like that.
We were playing some hood ball, and
we're ready to go play some baseball and everything like that. That's all we were doing. We were just going to play. Look, I got a ball and I've got a glove here. Sorry,
it's a sporting accident.
It's a sporting accident.
More power than the federal government. But what I want to do is get into the underpinnings of why that is. Oh, look at that. All right, Kevin. So Kevin looks like Kevin got the new membership. That's badass. And the family Riley were the Shire. Oh no, shit, dude, that is badass. So what Riley's saying is the family Riley were the Shire of North Central Ireland. That is really badass.
Family Riley were the Shire Reeve. We were the hit. Wow, like talk about stretching to try to get some credibility or boost your ego. I mean, if you have to go back to,
that's badass, man. That's badass.
That's not what you heard.
That's what I heard.
So I'm assuming so that would be Ulster or Belfast, right? That's northern. So you guys were Protestants, I would imagine. And that would be William the Earl of Orange, who helped you guys get that. Because I don't even think that the real Irish had sheriffs, because they had a different kind of legal system than the English. But I'm definitely excited to learn more. I love hearing stories like that. Like I've had
are you gonna take any bets that this guy knows fuck all about the history of Ireland?
Zero. Zero at all. It's Ralph Riley, I'm sure. And my favorite thing is this dude just takes whatever this guy says. Oh, he sent me $4, so he bought me. He got me. I mean, it's got to be true.
Well, that's what lawyers are for sale. I don't know if you've recognized that.
No.
We are a tad bit mercenary.
friends who are related to like Thomas Jefferson and President Washington. They can show their lineage. It's just really cool to look at all the old parchments and all that. All right. So let me keep on going. That is really cool, man. Shire Reeve.
36 minutes in and not a fucking shred of law.
All right. And then I'm just kind of looking here. So let's take a look here. The 2A read correctly does not. Yeah. Well, Elric, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. So you can feel free to leave the chat anytime you want. The first of all, the Second Amendment doesn't grant anybody any.
Why don't you go through like Heller or one of the other cases that talk about the history of it instead of just dismissing him and say leave chat? Fucking hell.
Right. No bill or anything.
And for the record, I'm very pro 2A. I am pro 2A to the point where I don't think there should be any restrictions on weapon ownership. And people are like, well, what about nuclear bombs? Yeah, including nuclear bombs. Because first of all, where are you going to get one? And if you're going to spend that kind of money, well, congratulations to you. But people could do a lot of damage without a nuclear bomb.
But I love the nuclear bomb argument because that's the way it goes. It goes from a handgun to you buying a nuclear bomb, or a tank. Well, what about a tank? Well,
what about it? People own tanks.
If you want to own a tank, own a tank. I remember the movie Tank. There was a great movie, James Garner, Tank. He owned his own tank. Okay, let him have a tank. If he wants to buy a tank, let him buy a tank. Okay,
you could buy like old Soviet era tanks.
Yeah,
and stuff.
they're old Sherman tanks that you can buy and build up and do all this other stuff. You want, that's fine. Do whatever you want to do. The right to bear arms. Okay, because the same people that are against the Second Amendment are usually all about the First Amendment. Well, part of the First Amendment, where unless you hurt their feelings and then they don't want to listen to what you have to say. But the Second Amendment, I'm pro for it. You got a gun? Cool. My joke is this. Man, you from Texas. You have a gun? Of course you do. You're from Texas. You have a gun. If you don't, they pull you over where you have a gun. No, they give you one. There's a bin at the end of Texas. Drop it off there. We'll recycle these things. I'm all for it because an armed society is a protected society.
Well, I'm glad we agree. A lot of police officers get really fucking sketchy as soon as they hear there's a firearm. There was a video on police activity that I saw. It turned into a kerfuffle. A cop was responding to a call about domestic violence. He goes and knocks on the door. He announces himself. A young man opens a door with a firearm, not pointed at the cop, but a firearm in his hand. Cop shoots him. And shit like that to me, like the place where you have the most right to actually be carrying a firearm is in your house. And a cop shooting you because you're carrying a fire. Like if you pointed the gun at the cop, that's a different story. That right. To me would be a different story. You have a right to self-defense. If someone opened the door and pointed a gun at me, even though they were in their own house, I would feel justified in shooting them as a citizen. Whether or not I'm lawfully allowed to is a different story. But a cop should be able to do what a citizen can do. If a citizen can defend himself, a cop should be able to defend himself. But there is no justification in my mind why a cop thinks that he should be able to shoot someone who opens the door to their house holding a gun if he hasn't done anything violent.
I agree. I agree with you. And a lot of that comes to training. And like I said earlier, we were talking about that. Do you have a gun in the car? Yes. Where is it at? Do you need to reach over there? If you do, can you do it slowly? So just do it slowly. And most gun owners, 99% of gun owners they know how to handle weapons. So they're going to sit there and they're going to, my gun's right. They're not going to do anything stupid because they like their gun. They don't want to lose it. They don't want to do anything else. Again, an armed society is a protected society. We need to kids need to be brought up not afraid of guns because it's like anything else. Oh, I've never seen it. I want to look at it. No, teach kids how guns are dangerous, but they're also a tool. Teach them how to use that tool. That's all you need. It starts off with young, old. Somebody's 75 want to learn how to shoot. Man, let's go to the range. Let's learn how to shoot. Let's do what you need to do.
In response to Ronan, I think the cops should be charged, not just fired. Charged
for killing Airman. I don't know what that is. So
Airman Roger was the gentleman who opened the door with the gun in his hand was an airman.
Okay.
But
I'll
Katie,
look at that video.
So the problem is that you think that just because someone has encountered an issue somewhere justifies the actions of the cop, and it doesn't. It just doesn't. Saying like that would be. Imagine if I said, "Well, somebody somewhere got shot when somebody opened a door with a firearm before. So anytime anybody opens a door ever with a firearm, I get to shoot them." And now you might agree with that. Great. But what if a cop opens the door with he's armed, he's a cop? Does that mean I get to shoot the cop? Like think about these things. Don't react to it emotionally. Think about like, is this something that we want in our society? If you have a right to carry arms, and if that right to carry arms is at its zenith, at its highest point in your home, cops have to be aware that you might be fucking armed when you're opening a door. And there's a 100%, like if the cop had drawn the gun and said, drop it, different story. Different story. I would not necessarily judge the cop for saying, you know, oh, you need to drop your gun. That's different. But shooting him? No.
I agree. There's Jay Roberts. The problem is a lack of training in most departments. That's correct. And then because the problem with that is there's a lack of time in most departments too. There's a lack of things. You only have X number of time. You only have X number of officers. You only have X number of to get all this stuff done. We were in the academy and we had some updated policing on where to place yourself when knocking on a door in certain situations, just because, things like that. But again, training, you got to work. You can't, I always make fun of the firemen. They're 24 hours a day, but they have a different job. They're not out patrolling looking for fires. So they get to relax. We can't sit there and be cops 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So yeah.
So Katie says, knocked on the door, didn't have the gun out of the holster, meaning the cop knocked on the door and didn't have the gun out of the holster. Katie thinks that somehow justifies everything and makes it better for her, when in fact it makes it worse. The whole reason there is a 21-foot rule that Officer Bork was talking about was that, in my understanding, is approximately the amount of distance that a person armed with a bludgeoning or edged weapon can travel and kill you in before you can draw your weapon and fire.
That's
so
correct.
if the cop had his gun in his holster when he knocked on the door, but still had time to draw and fire, then I never saw Airman Roger raise his weapon. So, but he had enough time when Airman Roger already had his weapon out, boop, could have shot him. But no, this cop had time to draw and fire. No, it's all bad. It's all wrong. You should feel bad and you should feel dumb for trying to defend the cop. It was a terrible shoot. Terrible shoot.
I can't wait to watch it. That'll be, when we get off this, that'll probably be the next video I watch, because I'm ignorant of it. I don't know what you're talking about, and sorry, I don't have a comment on it.
All right, so let's go on.
Being written by man grants man anything. Our rights come from an all-powerful creator because we believe in natural law, and our Bill of Rights are based upon natural law. And the right to keep and bear arms and the right of self-defense for all free men has been passed on to us under English common law tradition into American common law. It just became much stronger in America because the king consistently and persistently violated all of the agreements that he made in writing to his people. He wouldn't violate their God-granted rights. And so
if it's God-granted and God is all-powerful, then how can a king violate God's law? Unless God wants it to be that way, in which case is it a law?
Did God make him? God made him do it, so that's the way it's got to be. And by the way, a pecan goes underneath your bed. It's butter pecan ice cream.
I say butter pecan too. Which is it supposed to be pecan in the north or pecan?
It's pecan in the north, because they don't know how to talk up there.
Well, I've always said pecan.
Yeah, it's pecan.
All right.
To do was seize the powder houses of the colonists to prevent the colonists from being able to overrun his redcoats. And he underestimated the colonists, and we were better shots than his redcoats ultimately. And we were able to form an alliance with the French. And then ultimately, the disease of freedom, the cancer of freedom, was so pervasive that the French people ended up beheading their own king because they realized that they wanted the same freedom that he was giving us as Americans. And that is the true.
I thought the French Revolution happened prior to the American Revolution.
No, French Revolution's after the American Revolution.
1789 to 1799. Okay. Shows what I know.
Unadulterated brief history of what really happened. So whenever I see some communist Marxist scumbag come into the comments and say, "Oh, individuals don't have the right to keep their arms. That's only for the government."
Communist Marxist scumbag. So only communists, Marxists, scumbags have legal disputes over the actual meaning of the Second Amendment.
Well, yeah, that's the only ones.
Got to be. You must be communist and Marxist and a scumbag in order to have a differing opinion on the Second Amendment.
That's nonsense. There were two types of people.
That would be a classic ad hominem. Instead of explaining why the commenter was wrong and going through the case law and showing, because if I remember correct, Fat Italian Justice.
Alito?
No. Oh God. I forget the name. The justice.
Scalia?
Thank you. Scalia did a insanely long history lesson in Heller about the background of gun use and gun possession and gun control, not just in the colonies and in the US, but going back into English. So, or back into the English history prior to the colonies becoming colonies. So, like, if he had just gone over Heller and explained what Scalia explained. Now, I want to be clear. I disagree with Scalia in Heller. I don't think that it should be based around history or what the was the norm for the colonies, or what, because now we have all these like weird things like where they're trying to determine whether or not this particular gun law is well based in history, et cetera, and what was the law surrounding this particular issue at this particular time. Instead, I think, and this is going to sound insane, but I think you should actually read the Second Amendment and see that, like, shall not be infringed. Be like, you know what? If something infringes on the right to bear arms, then it's probably forbidden, because it shall not be infringed part is the part that I don't think you need the fucking history. I think you should just be able to look at it, read it like a contract. How does this make sense? The right to bear arms shall not be infringed. Okay, cool. That's it. Shall not be infringed. People are like, oh, well, what about felons? What about, if you go to prison and should we let felons have firearms? If we don't trust them enough to let them come out of prison and own a gun legally, then why the fuck are we letting them out of prison? Because I don't know in your particular area, but felon with a firearm is a really fucking common charge up in my area.
We have that here. And the only thing I would say with that is, like anything else, if you get punished, that's part of your punishment. Your part of your punishment is that you have to do this, and then you lose this.
I understand the rationale behind it.
Maybe the whole letting them out, even though you can kill somebody. You don't need a firearm to kill anybody. That's what another thing. So you don't need a fire. You kill anybody with anything. I got Apple iPods. I can kill somebody with an Apple iPod,
And I could call a dude and have a unregistered serial number free gun in about 20 minutes.
Exactly.
And that's just because that's the amount of time it would take him to get here to hand over the firearm.
So, I mean, there are ways of all that. If you lose your right to something, I'm not mad. That's part of your punishment because you did something wrong. Yeah, I should say this. You were found guilty of doing something wrong, and now this is part of what you have to go through to get your as part of what that is. So,
right. Well, we can agree to disagree.
We'll meet 50% on that.
All right.
Irregular militia. Your regulars would have been your continentals. Your irregulars would have been your standard traditional militia that had existed for hundreds, probably over 1,000 years.
The regular militia. So back in the day, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, my understanding was each state had their own militias, And they may have had a standing militia, and they may have also had irregulars, but each state had their own. And Second Amendment doesn't differentiate. And in fact, by law, every male 18 and over, I think, is part of the militia. So
prior to the formation of even the colonies. So there's a whole history behind it. Alan Beck can come on anytime and give you the whole history. I happen to have him with my firm. He's one of the best Second Amendment rights lawyers in the country. So when I hear people say stuff like that, they clearly have no idea what they're talking about. Now let's move on to Shire of the Reef. The term Shire of the Reef is a misunderstanding in misinterpretation. The correct term is Shire Reeve, and that is where the term sheriff comes from. And in medieval England, a Shire Reeve was the king's official in a shire or county responsible for maintaining law and order and then collecting taxes. And we saw that again with the Robin Hood, right? The Robin Hood movies. So there you go. Now let me. Yeah, so BZ Watchdog says that the 2A is a right given to citizens to form a militia to be free. So I understand where you're coming from. So the Second Amendment is a recognition of a pre-existing right. That's all it is. The Second Amendment is a written declaration, a written recognition of a pre-existing God-granted right. That's all it is. And there are many other rights that we have that were not codified into a Bill of Rights. That's what people don't seem to grasp. And this is not a put down, but that's all of our rights were pre-existing. We have pre-existing, unalienable.
I am very much a realist, and a right does not exist unless you can enforce it. Unless there is some enforcement mechanism, you don't have it.
I agree with that. And I see the thoughts on red flag laws. That they're not arbitrary. To me, I find it hard to say that somebody can't get a gun or has their gun taken away because their neighbor thinks they're crazy. And then that can result in someone having their gun lost, or because a relative thinks they're crazy, or whatever it is. You shouldn't. That's bad. That should not be a reason to lose your right to have a weapon.
I think both Mr. Taylor and I agree that red flag laws shouldn't exist.
Right. And the only red flags I usually see are when I go to the bar and I go right towards them. Took you a second. It took you a second, sir.
Creator. And that's what the founding documents say. So people can try to chastise me and tell me, oh, he's a crazy Christian, which I'm really not. I'm just a traditionalist. You know, our rights come from a creator. That means that these idiots in the administrative state don't have the right to take them away. And that's a good thing, because these guys, they don't even have calluses on their hands. Would you really want somebody that's never even worked construction leading your country? Think about that. All right. So anyways, there have been many famous battles between sheriff.
I don't know if Ehline is as popular as he thinks it is. I don't think anybody would ever vote for Ehline to be any elected position.
Well, I mean, he has a great campaign slogan. Vote for me. I have calluses on my hands.
Well, I have calluses on my hands too, but mine are mostly from jerking off.
Yeah, but see, you didn't do construction like he did. So therefore...
I did. I worked as a roofer for like...
Oh, did you work for your dad cleaning up stuff to get those calluses?
No.
There you go. You're disqualified.
A buddy of mine, his dad owned a construction company, and I was going to Davis, and he's like, hey man, why don't you work for my dad and get you on as a journeyman roofer or apprentice roofer, whatever the fuck it was. And you'll get paid, I think it was like $15 or $16 an hour. This is back when minimum wage in California was like $5 an hour. So this was like big money. I'm like, oh shit. Yeah, bro. So I show up the first day. I've told this story before. I show up the first day, and everybody, it's going to be hot. It's summer, Northern California. It's going to be fucking hot. It's going to be like, it's going to start off in the 80s, and it's going to get up to like 105, 110 degrees. And so I show up wearing shorts and a t-shirt, and I have a baseball cap on, and basically like I'm dressed today. And by the end of the day, I didn't realize that everybody's laughing at me. By the end of the day, my ears were bacon. I was fucking fried. Everything on me hurt. It was terrible. My only job was these giant ass bales of shingles or rolls of I'm going to call it paper, whatever the fuck they laid down. These giant rolls of things. I would go to take like somebody up on the roof would tell me what they needed, and I'd go take one of these bales or whatever, and I'd push it up the ladder for them. And anyway, it was horrible. The next day I came wearing like a big top hat or a big floppy hat, but it touched my ears, and it was just all bad. It was miserable. And my buddy and I, we liked to work out back then. We worked out quite a bit. And he was taking some supplement or something, it was like a food, that he would eat a ton of. And anyway, I guess it blocked him up. So he stopped shitting for a while. And so I guess he went to the doctor, and his doctor like gave him 2 pills and said, take one of these, and then the next day, if you haven't pooped yet, take the other one. And he was like, you know what? Let's just get this ball rolling, son. And he takes both of them, and we head to work. And you start off early in the morning before the sun comes up, and it's all good. And he's up there. He's actually done it like a couple summers already. So he actually got to be the guy up on the roof, like tacking stuff down and nailing stuff down, whereas I was just grunt moving stuff around. Anyway, I remember there's a couple guys up on that particular roof, and I was bringing a bale up. It was a bale of the shingles, and I always do the same thing. I'd push it up. It was an extension ladder, and you push it up to where the extension breaks, and you could like rest for a minute, because these things were like, I don't know, I'm going to say like 60 or 80 pounds. They were heavy. But you rest for a minute, and then you finish getting it up onto the roof. Anyway, I just got this thing up on there, and I see him up above me. He's like, John, get out of the way, get out of the way. And I'm like, what? What's going on? What's going on? Freak out at the moment. Not like, what do I do? Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, what's wrong? And he starts climbing down the ladder, and I'm like, start struggling to try to get this thing off of the brake so I could get it back down so he can come down. And he like steps on top of it. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? He starts pulling his pants down. And that was my signal to get the fuck out of there. I don't know what's happening, but I'm not being involved in it. And so I bounce off the ladder, and he just drops trowel right there, and he just starts spraying shit out like a geyser. It was fucking disgusting. And his dad had like tools down there and a table saw and just all sorts of shit. It's like shit was spackled up the sides of one of the work trucks. It was fucking bad. His dad was just so pissed. He was like, you guys need to clean this up. And I'm like, you know what? I quit.
And that started your career in scat porn.
Oh, no, it was fucking foul. It was terrible. So anyway, that was my construction time, and that was it. That's all I did.
Well, you're disqualified. You didn't,
I can never hold public office again. I didn't.
Can't hold public office ever again.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, sorry. Back to it.
Sheriffs and local police. Miranda versus Arizona involved a battle between local police and the county sheriff over an investigation.
Miranda versus Arizona, that just gave you your Miranda rights. I don't know where it involved a battle between local and county sheriffs.
It didn't. It says, hey, you have to read me these rights.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with it.
And who had authority to interrogate the suspect. Worcester versus Georgia, an 1832 case, involved a sheriff who opposed local police and state authorities over enforcement of laws within the Cherokee territory, asserting his jurisdiction instead.
Cherokee territory would be federal.
Well, they have their own police force. I mean, you have the tribe and stuff like that, but they pretty much enforce their own rules.
Well,
it's their land, and they have their rules, and there are certain federal things that can happen on it, but you just can't. The sheriff, local law enforcement just can't decide to go up onto the federal, onto the tribal land and start. We're going to start arresting folks, or we're going to start writing tickets for speeding. But good luck with that.
So, Indian territory is federal land, and if the Indians the Indians can come to an agreement. The tribe can come to an agreement with the federal government that the tribe will do the enforcement, and the tribe will come up with the laws. That is possible. If they don't have that agreement, then the Bureau of Indian Affairs, I think, there's a federal agency that will enforce laws, and there is a CFR for the Bureau of Indian Affairs that has like template kind of basic laws that get enforced in Indian land.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Bureau of Indian Affairs. Yeah, they're the one that does that. But that's all. Yeah, that's all. That has nothing to do with the sheriff. That has nothing to do with local law enforcement, anything like that.
So I'm sorry. I'm looking at. Would it be Worcester versus Georgia?
Yeah, I'd call it Worcester.
You'd call it Worcester?
Worcester.
So they're talking about treaties. Third article of the Treaty of Hopewell acknowledges the Cherokees to be under the protection of the U.S. government and no other. Uh-huh. The treaties and the laws of the U.S. contemplate the Indian territories to be completely separated from the United States and to provide that all intercourse with them shall be carried on exclusively by the government of the Union. So I'm not going to read the entire thing here, but see even what he says in here. In this case, Sheriff Joseph Vann of Murray County, Georgia, opposed local police and state authorities over the enforcement of laws within Cherokee territory, asserting his jurisdiction. And I'm going to guess that he lost because it made it up to the Supreme Court of the United States.
And he has no jurisdiction on federal land.
And yes, he has no jurisdiction on federal land.
And then, of course, we all know about Sheriff Arpaio, right? Sheriff Joe Arpaio. He had all kinds of jurisdictional conflicts with the feds. Obama trying to get him arrested and thrown in jail for civil rights stuff.
A jurisdiction with the feds over immigration enforcement, because immigration is one of the things that the federal government has dominion over, and the sheriff doesn't. So.
But that is not that's not a famous battle. That's just saying this sheriff doesn't like the way this is done. Who gives a rat's butt?
Arpaio was arresting immigrants.
Yeah, he was the one that did the pink stuff and the tent city. I mean, I know who he is, but these disputes often led to legal battles over the scope of the sheriff's authority versus city police.
And it wasn't versus city police. It was over immigration enforcement would be federal.
Right. But okay, shouldn't there be the outcome of those cases though?
Should be, but he's being disingenuous entirely on all of them.
Well, yeah, so, yes, but to sit there and if I had this in my slide, if I'm teaching a group of cadets or whatever it is, and we're talking about the different areas, I would say, okay, the cases resulted in him having to do this, and this, or the state, he could no longer do this, or this, or was allowed to do this, and this.
Here's the relevant holding of the case.
Right. That's the relevant. Not just they didn't like each other, so they sued each other a bunch of times. And
conflicts arose. How were the conflicts resolved in Miranda?
Exactly. Yeah. What was the resolution?
Sheriff opposed local police and state authorities. What was the resolution? Joe Arpaio had multiple jurisdictional conflicts with local police. So what was the resolution?
What's the resolution?
Obama was really upset that Arpaio didn't like it that Obama was flooding the country with illegal alien criminals.
And see here he's talking about Obama, which would be Obama. Obama, last time I checked, is not a city police officer from the Phoenix, Arizona area.
You sure?
I'm not sure. I'm guessing, actually, but don't you think it would be incumbent on Ehline to prove that Obama was a Phoenix police officer?
No, because he had multiple jurisdictional conflicts, and it often led to legal battles over the scope of the sheriff's authority.
Shit, that's 3 times now that Ehline's won. Thanks a lot.
Murderers and rapists, you have a problem with that. Give me a bunch of ones if you think you'd have a problem with that too, if you were a sheriff. Now, ultimately, that
give me a bunch of ones
led to a lot of disputes over authority. So in summary, sheriffs are elected.
So in summary, we went from 3 summaries to in summary. Like
in summary, I want to summarize what this summary says.
I have no fucking. He hasn't shown us a goddamn statute. He mentioned 2 cases, neither of which were on point. So, ta-da! Step 1, cite a case. Step 2, question mark. Step 3, profit.
Elected countywide jurisdiction officials, municipal cops are generally appointed, and they just enforce laws within the municipality. And the Shire Reeve is the medieval sheriff responsible for law enforcement and tax collection within the Shire. And modernly, you don't see sheriffs collecting taxes anymore. They usually send the marshal to your house to throw your stuff out in the street when they're taking your.
Like,
You know, I'm just a small town bird lawyer, but I think I'm better than he is.
So, if you don't pay property tax or what have you, somebody comes, which is a county tax, somebody comes and sells your house. And who is that person? Who is the person that's going to come and sell your house if you don't pay your property tax?
Oh, I know. It's the Shire of the Reef.
But they don't fucking enforce taxes anymore. They don't do any of that shit. I think because the only taxes that he knows of is what he pays to the franchise tax board and to the IRS, I guess, or something.
Stuff. But let me just take a look over in the sidebar here. Yeah, I love it, Gloria. Truth. Yes, that's right. Now, and I don't really care about what Justice Stevens has to say in his dissent in Heller, because I always thought Justice Stevens was just a commie anyways. I never considered him to be a legit constitutionalist, somebody who actually supported America or anything that our founding fathers stood for. He was a leftist.
I mean, whether you like him or dislike him, he was a fucking Supreme Court justice. Like, your opinion of him is meaningless. He decided fucking cases.
In my opinion, probably a Marxist. So anything that Justice Stevens had to say in his dissent means absolutely nothing to anybody, other than just an example of exactly the kind of judges you don't want to have on the bench. Now,
any dissent is generally speaking lacking in value until other cases where subsequent cases may cite the dissent in such a way as to give that dissent some value, but the value of that dissent is not from the dissent, it's from the subsequent case where it was cited in the majority opinion. So technically the dissent will never have real value.
what we're going to do. Now, I normally don't like Time Magazine. I don't normally like for-profit media. I think that they have an agenda. They're being paid by the enemies of the American people. But occasionally you'll find some historical truth. As long as it's not too political, they'll actually, if it's political, it's...
So I don't like this particular news outlet because they say things that I don't like. But sometimes they say things that I do like. And so when they say things that I do like, I'm going to cite them as if they're some sort of authority. And I'm going to completely hand wave away all the other times when I don't believe they are. But which attorney ever goes to fucking Time Magazine to support a legal argument?
An injury attorney who's also a legal historian, sir.
God damn it, that's 4 times now. It's always going to be just hardcore tilted garbage, but sometimes they have some good stuff. And I found this really cool article that I want to share with you. And this is basically how we got our... Hey, Ralph, let me just take a look at what Ralph has to say here. So Ralph says, my family are related to the original kings of Ireland. Okay. So I was unaware, Ralph, that the Irish also had shire reeves. So that is really interesting to know. So I learned something new every day. And so something that...
My family was totally cool as well. My dad was a space alien, and my mom, she was the descendant of the queens of Russia, and she also was the descendant of the kings of England and Germany and France. How about that?
Oh yeah, I can trace my lineage all the way back to Noah.
I can trace mine all the way back to Adam. Can't go back further than that.
No. Well, that's okay, because I just found out you are my brother's cousin's college roommate.
Shit.
That I do want to share with you.
Don't believe anything he says. My hand slipped. Okay, it slipped.
If somebody finds that I've made a statement that's incorrect or that's off base, whatever, just come at me and tell me, because I don't want to be a purveyor of bullshit.
But if anybody ever, so someone in your chat literally just said that you were fucking wrong about the Second Amendment, and all you did was call them names and ban them, boot them, block them. So, I mean, can we really take you at your word? Come at me if I'm wrong.
Bullshit. I want to provide true facts and then have you do your own research. So my goal is to educate you in the history of the law and basic legal principles, and then have you have a toolbox now and enough education to where you can confidently and consistently come up with your own answers. Because I
give you enough education that you can confidently and consistently come up with your own wrong answers.
Hold on. But they're answers.
That's true. It's number 5.
What you don't want is for people relying on fact checkers and academia, because they've proven themselves time and time again to be liars and the enemy of the American people. Give me a bunch of ones if you think that academia in the modern college campus is ground zero for the anti-American Marxist communist movement. Give me a bunch of ones if you think that. Now, thank you, Shep.
All right. Well, I am at the end of my rope. I can't handle him anymore. I have.
That's not the first time you said that.
Oh, I know. You've made this I think a much more interesting conversation than it would have been if it was just me up here. I do appreciate your insight into various things from a police officer's perspective. Obviously, you and I are going to disagree on some legal issues, but I would expect that. I disagree with just about everybody on political issues, but I really do thank you for coming on and being a good sport about it.
Oh, it was a pleasure. Like I said, I've been following your channel for a long time now, and anytime you want me on and I'm available, I'll pop on.
All right. I appreciate it. You have a great day. And everybody else, thanks for watching and have a great day.